Hello and good morning, RIPE 83. How are we all this morning? So my name is Brian Nisbet, and along with Tobias Knecht and Alireza Vaziri, we are your co-chairs for the Anti-Abuse Working Group. And am I going to share some slides? We could, but they're not terribly exciting at the moment. But it's because it's a slide with their names on it and my name on it. So we have a reasonable number of things to get through this morning. And you know what? I think I will just share these, which is this one here. And we're going to share this up now. Yay. Over the next, certainly no more than 90 minutes. So first off, as I said, welcome to all of you. I hope you're enjoying this RIPE meeting, virtual as it may be, and we'll talk about the future in a bit. Actually, the first thing I'm going to do is briefly swap hats and just update people. So if I quickly put on my program committee hat just to update people, those of you who are desperately wanting to vote in the PC election over these couple of days, we've had 2 candidates for the PC election and we have 2 seats. So we won't be having an election. We will be announcing those names on Friday, and we'll also be talking a little bit about why we think we only had 2 candidates, etc. But we'll talk about that in the plenary on Friday morning. So if you were desperately wondering and hoping to vote, you won't have to at this meeting. Hat swap, back to the anti-abuse working group. So first of all, thanks to all of the NCC staff who are supporting us in this meeting, whether it's scribing, looking at chat, the non-NCC staff, but ever wonderful stenographers, and of course the NCC staff who are managing Meet Echo and live stream. And I just want to say a repeated thank you to all of them for the huge support they've given us over now our 4th virtual anti-abuse working group session, and indeed 4th virtual RIPE meeting. So this is interactive. It's hopefully as interactive or even more interactive than a physical RIPE meeting would be. If you do wish to engage, there is a chat box, but that's the chat. It's recorded. It's a part of the meeting, but we're not going to be looking at it for questions and to either ourselves or any of the speakers. If you wish to ask a question, you may do so by requesting audio or video in Meet Echo, or by putting something into the question and answer box, and then we'll read that out. So please use one of those 2 methods. If you put a question in just the normal chat box, it may well pass on by and not be seen. You can rate the talks in this working group. This is a working group. It's not a set of presentations, but if you do have feedback for us, then that would be great, and you can give it via the talk rating mechanism in the main RIPE 83 website. And also, of course, you can mail us. These are all things you can do. So the minutes from RIPE 82 were sent out. I don't think there was much response. If there is any comments that anybody has now about those minutes, then you should say something. I'm not seeing anybody request anything or say anything. I'll give it a moment just in case people are typing slowly. Nope, that seems very much like an approved set of minutes at this point in time. So thank you very much. Finalized agenda. I think we have a finalized agenda at this point in time as published. The last minute, I'm going to check my email again just very briefly to make sure that last minute potential talk did not appear. So we'll worry about that at the next meeting, hopefully. So the agenda is finalized. So the last bit of administrative matters we have is the working group chair selection. So both Tobias and Alireza, their 3-year terms come to an end at this meeting. As you will have seen from the mailing list, Tobias put himself forward again, and Tobias is the only person who put himself forward again. Unfortunately, life is happening to Ali Reza, and he won't be able to continue as a co-chair. But I would like to thank him very much for the work he has done over the last 3 years for the working group. This means we have 2 co-chairs, which is a perfectly fine situation. It also means that there is a slot free if somebody in the community wishes to get involved, wishes to become a co-chair of the anti-abuse working group. I didn't get any other responses on the mailing list, which is a little bit of a pity, even some expressions of interest, but we can run with 2 quite happily. This will not diminish the working group, but if somebody does, either today or at some point in the future, suddenly have a wish to get involved, then please mail the chairs, and we can, and we can talk to the mailing list about that. So, yep. Once again, thanks to Ali Reza, and me and Tobias will soldier on in that regard. So I think that's all the administrivia out of the way. So we shall move on. So this is our standard agenda item. It's a question of whether there is anything to discuss about recent list discussion. I personally have nothing I want to raise or talk about, but does anybody else have anything they want to discuss here about things that were on the list since RIPE 82? I'll take a moment to center my camera slightly. The fun and games of all of this. Again, seeing no requests for the mic, nor seeing nothing in the Q&A, I will move on. So what are we moving on to? We are moving on to what we called our interactions in this meeting. So first off, I will ask Gerardo to give your presentation, please, on the potential RIPE NCC abuse handling training.
Good morning. Thank you, Brian. Well, let me see if I can share my slides. I have just a set of slides to support me on my chit chat. Yeah. By the way, there will be no weird sounds except my voice. There we go. So, good morning, everybody. My name is Gerardo Vivier, and I am from the Learning and Development Department of the RIPE NCC. And I'm going to be talking about a project that was originated by the Anti-Abuse Working Group, and that's why it's called About a Training, an Anti-Abuse Working Group Quest. Now, the thing is that we were approached by the Anti-Abuse Working Group with the question if there was any way that we could help. And we asked, okay, help with what? Well, with an anti-abuse training. Okay, sounds like something new for us because we're not really into the anti-abuse activity, but we talked a lot with the people from the working group, and we said, okay, I think we can help. It's going to be quite easy because actually the working group already took the first step, and that was making sure that there's a point of contact where people can report their abuse complaints. So the Abuse C policy that the working group put out was actually the first step. This is something that is facilitating for us because we don't have to explain to people, well, where do you send your abuse reports? That's already taken care of by the policy. Everybody should have one Abuse C by now in the RIPE database for all their objects. And if you don't, well, you can always talk to registry services who can help you do that. Of course, go to the service hub. Now, the thing where we stand to think about, okay, what should we do next is, well, how to handle the complaints. We have no direct experience because we do learning and development, not anti-abuse. And so when people get an abuse complaint, we don't really know what to do first. Well, of course, read it, and then what to do next. What's the next step? what do you do now? Does everybody do the same thing? Should there be like a best common practices? Or maybe there is a best common practices out there. We don't know. We have to look into that. We got a lot of information already from the working group, but we need to know some more. So what we can do to help is to provide this training about what is abuse, how to handle abuse, point them to some useful resources out there. We got quite a lot already from the working group beforehand. And of course, trying to create a dialogue in the community. It's not about telling people, this is what you should do, this is what you shouldn't do, but okay, this is what people out there are doing, and why don't you talk to each other and figure out how to get this to work. Our next actions now, besides launching this project, is to do the analysis. What information that we received is relevant for LARs and what is not. What is useful for them and what is maybe just a nice to know. And for that, we, of course, want to get your input. We already have quite a lot of people from the working group signed on. And we just recently heard that there's other people from who are interested also in participating, like from the SIDN. Mark, let me see, I got the name here. Mark Sluimers from the SIDN, he offered to help. That's really great. If you also think that you have something to give us, well, of course, feel free to contact us. Now, the first thing that we're going to do, and this is because it's quick to develop, is create a webinar. A webinar is quite easy because we just need a good slide set with the information that we have to transfer, and then we just present it. At this moment, we can't do a face-to-face course, of course, but a webinar serves perfectly fine. Now, we'd also like to hear from you if there's any other formats that you would like maybe we could split up the content into several micro-learnings. Maybe we should do 1 module or 2 modules or 3, who knows, of an e-learning course, something like that. So we'd like to hear from you what it is that you prefer. What's your preferred vehicle? And if you'd like to, of course, tell us now. Well, that was kind of like it. I don't really have much more to say. We're off to a great start. We're really excited to start tackling this, and we hope to keep hearing from you. So if there's any other questions, you can always reach me at my email address, which is there, and otherwise, of course, you can send a question and or open up the mic, of course.
So thank you for that. And yeah, I think obviously we've discussed this at length, and we'd really like to see this come to fruition. But as you say, it's really important that we get feedback from the people who do, who are involved, who do want this. So is there any feedback for people, even if you have ideas of what would be needed here? And it doesn't, I think, Gerardo, it's fair to say, even kind of second stage things, if there are people who are saying, well, this might be something to consider for the next stage of the training or otherwise.
Yeah. Even just a thumbs up is good.
Cool. Let's give Eric the mic, please. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. Eric Boyce, ATB Internet. Gerardo, I was one of the people that provided some input in this whole idea. Focus that I had on this is to at least teach people where to get started in the anti-abuse management. So setting up an IPAM, something like Netbox, setting up a simple anti-abuse system so that you can do, automate the initial stuff, really the practical stuff that people may not have thought about to get started with, which I think could be easily in a workshop kind of setting. Not saying that this is going to be the solution and the end goal, but definitely a good start to get started with. talking about that part of the training that at least I would like to see, which I think the community would benefit a lot from. Any plans or planning on when are we going to see something like that, if at all?
Yeah, planning is always a little bit difficult because things always pop up, so priorities shift here and there. But I'd like to promise Q2 2022 to have something to show.
Oh, nice. Oh, nice. All right. Excellent. Love to hear what the other people of the working group are looking forward into, the trainings for their anti-abuse staff. But yeah, definitely interested in this. Thanks.
And Eric, before you go, one thing that could be part of all of this, obviously, in the hope that we return to the hybrid meetings, might be a workshop at a RIPE meeting as well. I mean, where we do have that space. I mean, that's and obviously that would be a once-off, but it's something we could record as well. It's just a notion that literally just popped into my head that could be part of this, and that might be, kind of maybe a next stage, or along with the webinar or something like that. As I said, it's just a,
Yeah. It's especially providing people some playgrounds to, why don't you just set up something like Netbox? What do you need to do to get the right information in there, and how will that match with the rest of the network, and the software provisioning that you have in your environment. Doing that in a workshop-like environment and basically put people behind a computer to, let's do this for 2 hours, so that you can ask questions, stuff like that. It's very helpful. If that needs to be on a RIPE meeting itself, we may limit ourselves a bit too much because we're basically preaching to the choir.
I mean, maybe, but I suppose there are people, and I suppose it's going to see what the world is like when we get to May of next year, or even October or November of next year. But we do know that there are people who come to RIPE meetings, especially new LIRs, with their, maybe it's the only RIPE meeting they come to, with their tickets, and I assume there'll be quite a few of those built up over the last 2 years potentially. Again, I don't know. This is me just thinking out loud, but we do know there are people
really
who come, for the first time. Small LIRs who will come to a RIPE meeting. We do know there are new people every year, and we see that in the stats. I think, what is it, 40%? Last time I looked at the stats, about 40% of the people who are coming to a RIPE meeting hadn't been to one before. So yeah, it's something we can talk about over the winter, maybe.
Oh yeah, definitely. Thanks.
I see a question.
Which I'm going to read out now, and it's going to be So Maximilian Brecht, who is a lawyer, says, hello, thank you for your presentation. Unfortunately, I think simply referring to the abuse C is too simplistic. At the latest, since the GDPR, anonymization service providers are used for almost all information. A website owner can therefore hide very well. At the same time, there are host providers who react to the abuse email but do not take any action. Getting hold of the upstream providers is also very difficult and can usually only be a short-term solution. Therefore, I am of the opinion that RIPE should go much deeper into the abuse resolution, even if this is perhaps still in its infancy. What are your views on this? So I don't think it's particularly fair to ask you that question.
Well,
Gerardo,
I can't.
but if you
kind
have,
of answer.
but please do, yeah.
No, well, very simply, we're not the internet police, so we can give training, we can give guidance, but we don't have any mandate to take any action regarding the abuse. That's actually, I think, the responsibility of the LIRs and the network operators, right?
So indeed, the NCC has the mandate that the community gives them, and Maximilian, and you're more than welcome to request audio or video. I'm not sure how much of the last 10 years of conversation you've been following on this, and I accept there's a lot, but this has been, yeah, cool, we should give you audio. But this has been one of the core pieces of conversation in the anti-abuse community over the last decade, if not more.
Hear me?
Yep, we can indeed.
Oh, great. Thank you so much for giving me the audio. Unfortunately, I can't provide a video right now. So first, sorry for maybe asking this question to the wrong person. It took me a while to write it down since I'm not a native speaker and just had to look up
fine.
some words. So no, of course, I'm not following the last 10 years and I'm only 29. So when this started, I guess I was not so much into the law stuff. However, I was facing some really heavy character assassination campaigns in the last few months, and in this particular cases, I also often was talking to the RIPE, and yeah, like you said, they don't have the mandate right now to handle those abuses. But what are the reasons that we cannot extend this mandate to actually make the RIPE NCC able to face those abuse resolutions? Since right now, this situation is really frustrating for anybody who is defamed or something like that on the internet.
So I want to be very careful here, because
okay,
absolutely,
thank you so much already.
No, and thank you for the question. And I wish we had a 5-minute primer on the conversations over the last 10 years, and it's, I understand you're coming in, absolutely new people are coming in all the time, and this is a very valid question. It's also a very complex one. As the people who've been involved in the working group for a while know, even getting Abuse C in place was quite a struggle.
Okay.
The verification of Abuse C, also quite a struggle. The attempts to have more from the community to, and I say this entirely neutrally, because this is as the chair, to bring in more results of not responding or otherwise, didn't happen. The policies and the pieces were never passed by the community. Excuse me, reached consensus by the community, and there was a lot of conversations with boards and things like that. The ability of the NCC or the RIPE community to tell providers what to do is at the core of this, and whether they should or shouldn't. And you can see some of the comments in the chat about this, not the internet police, etc. That's a debate that's going to continue to go on. Of course, there is also the difference between the website hosting and the ISP provision and all of that. We could spend a lot of time talking about this, and I would like to come back to the training because this is the core piece. But Maximilian, what I would ask maybe, I know there's more things being put into chat there around, how to handle some of the abuse. Also, please, after this meeting, if you want to reach out to the working group chairs, we can talk through some of this with you. And try to give more explanation for where we are at this point in time, what the possible futures or not might be.
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for your answer. And when I just read the chat, it seems that I hit a sore spot there, and I'm sorry if I've offended anyone with this, but I think those topics need to be addressed, and that's why I spoke.
Please don't apologize, but yeah, it is one of the core pieces of what this working group has been talking about over the last decade. So yeah,
thank you.
Cool, thank you. So are there any other questions, or for Gerada, are there any people who, like Eric, or and the other people who came to us on the mailing list, want to say, yes, I want to be involved in this, I want to give input to this training? I mean, thankfully we have people, but
Well,
okay.
we're planning on setting up some kind of way of communicating with us, not only emails. So we've been talking about setting up maybe a forum for the RIPE NCC. So I'd like to maybe set aside.
Oh God, sorry, things didn't scroll properly. Thank you, Chris, for pointing that out. That's my own fault for not having a big enough window. We have a bunch more questions. I'm sorry. So we're going to go at the start for where we are here. And please come back to that communication when we finish. Sorry. So Leo Vagoda from Antipolis LLC. Eric's comment made me think, is the training intended to help a person handle an abuse report or to guide an organization about what they need to do? If the latter, perhaps it needs to discuss integrating abuse report management into overall planning and continuous improvement processes.
Yeah, I think that the training will help with that. I mean, we are just going to try to guide people into what is abuse, how to handle these abuse complaints, ways to facilitate so that it's not such a hard task, and that threshold of actually taking action might be passed much sooner. But yeah, thanks for the input, and we'll see about putting that focus also into the training.
Okay, Pablo Nieto, with no affiliation, says, one of the main problems I can see is there really isn't a standardized way to report abuses. Would be nice to have some kind of template, apart from reports from fail to ban, an example. Any plan to do something about that?
Well, we'll see about that. That's why we were asking the question. Does everybody do the same thing? Does everybody handle abuse in the same way? When we're finished with the analysis, seeing what it is that everybody kind of does, we'll try to extrapolate the main concepts, and that's what we'll try to put into the training to help people also make their own decisions, how they want to handle abuse. We're going to tell people, this is what's out there, these are the possibilities, and now you choose.
Yeah, and I think the thing about standards, I mean, there are obviously some standards for some things, but you build 3 standards, you have 4 ways of doing things. But there are standards for some pieces. There are certainly standards there around reporting spam and things, and certainly there are pieces of software which help with all of this as well. Sorry, if you one last question or possibly comment from Yuri Bogdanov from NTX. The RIPE NCC should keep correct registry with valid whois information. RIPE NCC is outside of the Lear to Lear or Lear to customer or Lear to other organization communication. Anti-abuse working group make presentations on best practices for new Lears and how to manage abuse. And I think that's exactly what this training is intended to be, especially for new LIORs on how to manage abuse. So
exactly.
Yep.
You got it right, Yuri.
Okay, that is actually a clear question queue at this point in time. So unless there's anything else, so do you want to talk? Sorry, I cut you off about what the plan are, the next steps.
Yeah, no, the next steps is to open up some kind of place or a method of getting input from the community and the internet community at large. So we've heard the word forum going around a little bit, and we're thinking maybe a forum is a great place to gather up this information. So we'll make more announcements nearby in the future once we are sure of what we're going to
do. Neil, do you want to?
Sorry, audio problems. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can indeed.
Good, thank you. Sorry for the glitch. I just wanted to remark.
Sorry, who are you?
Sorry, I'm Neil O'Reilly. I work for a small startup, a small campus company in Dublin called Tolerant Networks, and I'm also the vice chair of RIPE. And I'm concerned that we don't marginalize some of the people who might be interested in abuse handling training by focusing only on Lears. other people need to cope with abuse handling and abuse management who aren't necessarily leaders. So let's make sure we keep all of the community in our focus and not just the members of the NCC.
Point taken.
Thank you.
Cool.
No,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Okay. So thank you very much. We look forward to the announcement of the forum and getting people into that and working on this training. And I think I really hope see what the first bit looks like, and let's go on from there. Definitely. So
yeah, thank you for the time, and thank you for listening, and hope to also be able to present soon.
Great stuff. Thank you very much. So next up, also under interactions, we hopefully have Dennis. Yes, we do indeed have Dennis. So
yes, we do.
Dennis Walker, one of the co-chairs of the database working group, asked to talk about some of his thoughts on the database purposes in the 2020s and beyond. So Dennis, please take it away.
Hi, is my mic working?
Yep.
Hello, is it working?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Okay, share screen I think comes next. Yes, I do want to share screen.
Should hopefully be there in a moment.
Yes, there we are. We got there.
Yeah. You see your slides as well now. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to have a quick chat about the purposes of the RIPE database in the 2020s and beyond. I did a pre-recorded presentation which I released last week, and it's linked from the database working group agenda. The database working group is now following on from the work that's been done over the last 2 years by the database task force. Now, the database task force recently published their final document, but they only based the document on the historical purposes of the database, which were developed over the basically throughout the 1990s. So we're looking at 20 to 30 years ago. The database terms and conditions includes 2 additional purposes referencing LEAs and disputes, which didn't feature in the database task force's document. The terms and conditions, which has these extra 2 purposes listed in them, they had a community consensus in 2011. And that's basically the last time we had a community consensus on what the purposes of the RIPE database are. And even that's 10 years ago. So what are the database purposes now in the 2020s and looking forwards? And although I'm going to be presenting in the database working group, which is the next session, what I want to focus on here is more the aspect from the people who deal with abuse and crime issues. And basically, I want to ask you, what do you use the RIPE database for? How do you use it? What data in the database is important or even absolutely essential for you to do the work that you do? And so many times in policy discussions, this argument comes up time and time again, where someone will say, it's not the purpose of the RIPE database to do ABC. And quite often, this argument is brought up to use as a big club to beat down somebody else's argument that they don't agree with. So I think now is the moment to address these 2 issues. Basically, we have 2 sheets of paper. One of them has these historical purposes listed on it, with or without those extra 2 in the terms and conditions. The other sheet of paper is completely blank. it's up to the community to decide if anything else should be written on that second sheet of paper. Now, it's not about inventing new purposes. It's about documenting the existing purposes, which are perhaps unwritten and undefined. The trouble with having purposes or things which people believe are a purpose of the database, which are not acknowledged and not given consensus. Because if somebody over in another corner of the room puts forward some proposal which could fundamentally change the database, the only considerations are going to, I mean, they may have perfectly valid reasons for doing that, given the current accepted purposes of the RIPE database. But if some of these unwritten and undefined purposes were actually acknowledged and we had a consensus on them, that might have an influence on some future policy proposal. But as long as they remain in this kind of grey, murky area on the fringes, we can't really take them into account. You can't say, well, I don't agree with this proposal because it conflicts with this purpose, because somebody else is going to say, well, that isn't agreed that that's a purpose. So we need to get anything that people believe is a purpose of the database written down, discussed, agreed or not, and then we can move forward. And another interesting aspect is, should abuse issues be specifically defined as a purpose of the RIPE database? And if so, what kind of purpose would you define for that? How would you word such a purpose? There is this catch-all phrase that's been thrown around for decades. It's down to agreed internet operational purposes. Now that's fine, except that nobody has agreed what any of these operational purposes are. So again, we're straight back into those sort of grey, murky areas on the fringes. Somebody will say, yeah, this is an operational purpose, and somebody else will say, well, I don't agree, it isn't. So what we want to do now, following on from what the task force has done, is to put everything on the table as far as a purpose is concerned. Let's have an open public discussion on what people believe the database is. And we need a new consensus on what this product and service is in the 2020s and beyond. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
So thank you, Dennis, and you know, acknowledging that obviously the database working group is where the majority of this should happen, but you know, we really want to talk about this here as well. So thank you for coming to us with it. So first up in the queue, I have Miriam.
Hi, I think I'm on. Am I on?
You are on.
Right. Thanks, Dennis, for putting this forward. I saw you also, and I watched the video as well that you have in the day for the database working group. I have mostly a question about
Miriam. Sorry.
I'm
just
sorry.
Because I know who you are.
Yes, you're absolutely right. My name is Miriam Kühne, and I'm the RIPE chair. That's all I do at the moment. Don't have any side jobs. Yes, so thanks for bringing this forward, Dennis. And I also watched the video, and this will probably also come up in the next session. I have mostly a question and a suggestion for the process, because as you mentioned, the database task force has been working on pretty much that, defining looking at the purpose and the requirements of the RIPE database, and they've been working on this together with the community, and they've just published their report with a number of very concrete recommendations. And they're now, they're presenting the recommendations in various working groups, not in this one, but in pretty much all the other working groups. They had a speaking slot. And I'm wondering, so I'm really suggesting we're looking at the report, looking at the recommendations that came out of the report, and then deciding as a community if you want to address them and how to address them, and should one or more of these requirements or these recommendations maybe require some more fundamental thinking or bird's eye view on the purpose, or maybe some of the purposes are missing, as you're suggesting. I suggest you do that in the context of the task force report, rather than kind of brushing aside the work that they've been doing possibly and starting from scratch. So I'm just wondering how you see how that would fit together.
I agree entirely. I mean, we want to build on the work the task force has done. But I think during the last 2 years, comments have been made that possibly there are other things that should be considered as a purpose. And so we all know that the database is used by many different people in many different ways. Just because they use it doesn't necessarily mean that is or should be defined as a purpose. But I just wanted to get a discussion from the community and a consensus, because that's the bit I think that is missing. We haven't had that open discussion with the community since 2011 on what exactly is the purpose of the database. Are there any other things which have come up in the last 10 or 20 years which should now be acknowledged as a purpose? And when you look at the recommendations the task force has made, some of those, to be able to make a decision on them and come to a consensus on the recommendation, we perhaps do need to consider whether anything else should now be regarded as a purpose in addition to the ones they considered. So it's just basically that kind of final push with the community to get anything else on the table that they consider as a purpose and get a consensus on it.
Okay, well, I believe that's what the task force has been doing, working with the community to define a purpose and requirements for the database. But if you're talking about the terms and conditions, which I think that's what was agreed in 2011, maybe that's a different discussion. I just find it a little confusing how we would address the two things in parallel. And I suggest we actually look at the report and the recommendations.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, and I mean, absolutely. And this is not the working group to to make any decisions on. We have a whole separate one. I think, and I understand where you're coming from, Miriam. Absolutely. I think it's useful to ask these questions and to remind the anti-abuse working group that I think most people are fully aware, but the database is there, especially in the context of what we're using. You look at the conversations around WHOIS and GDPR and all of those pieces around what that's used for and access to those things and all the rest. But I think if we can get some inputs, but I would agree that we don't want to divert from or run any parallel things with the task force's work there. So. So we do have a question from Rudiger Volk, which is, please elaborate on your view on the relation between purposes and requirements. My understanding would be that requirements cannot be identified without understanding purposes.
Yes, I would perhaps agree with that. But like I said, the task force took a set of purposes and they built the requirements. We're just trying to wrap that up now and say, are there any other purposes which people feel should be considered?
Okay. And I suppose, and understanding, the context of this, and we have Shane in the queue. So.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can indeed.
All right. Hey, Dennis. Hi. Brian. So I was one of the people that was on the.
Shane, again, who are you, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, I was just about to say that. I was one of the people that was on the database requirements task force. I'm Shane Kerr. I currently work for NS1. I have and I'm also the co-chair of the RIPE DNS working group. But none of that is relevant for my comment except for being on the task force. Right. So I think it's a bit unfortunate, the ordering of these two working group sessions, because we're gonna talk about a report in the next session and hopefully give a lot more context and background to everything that's gone on. So I think for this working group, probably I would say that I think your point, Dennis, about not feeling constrained by the requirements and existing way that the database works does make a lot of sense. I think certainly if the anti-abuse community in RIPE decides that there's a certain policy or a certain type of work that needs to be done, or workflow or training or anything that they feel is important, they shouldn't feel constrained by not having support for that functionality in the database. That's absolutely true. So that was never the intent of the work that has gone on before. Having said that, I do think we did lay out a lot of purposes which can support anti-abuse and a lot of more stuff as well. So I guess that's all I want to say in the context of this working group. And we'll be talking a lot more in a couple hours about the rest of it.
I think the point is that, like you said, you've mentioned many other things that could be purposes, but it's a question of whether the community acknowledges that they are purposes of the database, and whether we have a consensus on that. Because again, that phrase that's been around for years by agreed internet operational purposes, nobody's ever defined it, nobody's ever agreed anything. So yes, it's a catch-all phrase, but it doesn't actually mean anything.
I want to avoid getting into a trap of obsessing about definitions. I think that's a great way to slow down actual progress and get distracted from things that are important. Of course, it's important to have good definitions in order to make sure you're discussing the same things. But I think in general, I feel splitting hairs is about whether something is, heavy or very heavy, this kind of things. It's like what are we trying to get done, and how can we best do that? I think that's where I'd like to see the energy being spent. As you noted in your video presentation, which I did watch, there is very limited energy within the community for getting work done, and so we need to be very careful about how we focus that.
Yeah.
Okay, and I think again, I would encourage everybody to go to the database working group after lunch and to have further. And this is not something we're going to settle this morning by any stretch of the imagination. But thank you, Shane. So we have Neil also in the queue.
Back again, Neil O'Reilly, mainly as RIPE Vice Chair and also as concerned member of the community, the usual mask for everything. I think one of the things we must be careful about in documenting the purposes of the database is to recognize that it's not going to be ever a closed list. If on its mailing list or at RIPE 84, this working group, the anti-abuse working group, comes back with a request, wouldn't it be nice if the database could do this for us? That should not be excluded because we have a closed list of purposes. The list of purposes is something that becomes attached, that grows in relation to the needs of the community, and the resource that is the database is just a resource to meet the purposes and goals that the community sets for itself. I don't think it's about closing, but I'm glad to hear those two syllables, Dennis. Probably we're on the same page then.
Yeah, that's the whole point. It isn't a closed list, but the only ones we have defined is basically the historical purposes and a couple of extra ones that were mentioned 10 years ago. So the point is, has the database evolved over the last 10 or 20 years, and should anything be acknowledged as a purpose? And that's the key point. Nobody acknowledges a lot of these things. It's talked about in shadowy circles, whether it is the person. So that phrase that comes up in so many policy discussions, it's not the purpose of the database to do this, that, or the other. And some people think it is, some people think it isn't. So we need.
Okay, I'm going to say again, and because Dennis, you
different working group.
You came with a purpose, and I would like to cleave to that. that purpose and leave the broader conversation to the database working group at this point in time. I would also say I think the smoke-filled rooms or shadowy circles or otherwise, I think we're a lot. It's very different to even to how it was when I joined this community many years ago, thankfully. But yeah, I've got one more question here, and then one more comment here. But then I think unless there are actually people with direct input or answers to Dennis's question for anti-abuse, we're gonna move on.
Thanks, Brian.
So thank you, Neil. So Jordi Palais Martinez from himself just says, fully agree with Neil. It's impossible to close the list of purposes. We don't know what else we would have in the future. It should be clear that in addition to the predefined or historical purposes, policies in any working group may need others. I think we're all acknowledging and agreeing with this. Yeah. So I think, as I said, unless there's any specific input, which I'm not seeing, thank you for raising this, Dennis, and we'll move on at this point in time.
Yeah. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks. Okay. So now we have a presentation to the working group, which may well still provide some conversation and discussion. And this is a presentation from, and I apologize if I get this very wrong, from Tianzhang Dai from the Technische Universität in Darmstadt on the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Off-Path Taking Over Internet Resources. So we need to give you voice and video as well, I think. You have it. Excellent. Welcome. So please take it away.
Hi, can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, can indeed.
Okay, great. Thank you, Brian, for the invitation and for the introduction. So my name is Tianzhang Dai. I'm a researcher from German National Research Center for Applied Cybersecurity at Siena and Fraunhofer Institute for Secure Information Technology SIT in Darmstadt, Germany. Here I am to present our work, The Hijacker's Guide to the Galaxy, of Paths Taking Over Internet Resources. And in this talk, I will briefly introduce what digital resources are and how they are managed by providers and which providers and customers are considered in our work. Then we will have a look at how to take over the customer accounts and to hijack the resources. I will show how many customers and how the resources are vulnerable. As an example, I will also present some potential resource manipulations once an account gets hacked. In the end, I will propose a few countermeasures and conclude. So what are digital resources? By saying digital resources, we mean the resources you can only own digitally. For example, domain name, IP address, cloud computing, and server certificates. Normally, these resources cannot be created on your own. To get these resources, you have to go to certain providers and purchase from them. Typically, you will have an account at the provider so that you can conveniently manage your resources there. In our work, we consider 4 types of providers. IR, from whom you buy the IP addresses, for example, RIPE. Domain registers, from whom you buy domain names, for example, GoDaddy. Cloud providers such as Amazon, and certificate authorities, or CA for short, where you got the certificates, such as Sectigo and DigiCert. We also perform customer-side measurements. We include 75% of the customers of the IRs and analyze the top 100,000 domains for our customer database. So how do you attack the providers? So we designed the attack by taking over customer accounts from off-paths via password recovery. The first of the attacker does DNS cache poisoning to the provider's DNS resolver and it tries to point the customer's email server to attacker's server. Then he triggers the password recovery email for the customer account. As the provider's DNS resolver is already poisoned, so the provider will send the email to attacker's server. Thus, the attacker can reset the customer's password and gain access to the account. Afterwards, he can log in and manipulate the resources. We evaluated 3 different types of off-path DNS cache poisoning methods. So one uses BGP subprefix hijacking. Another one uses side channel. This method is called setDNS. Last one uses IP fragmentation. We find that from BGP subprefix hijacking and IP fragmentation, majority of the providers we tested are vulnerable, while for the side channel attack, only few providers are vulnerable. On the other side, how many customers are vulnerable to the attack? So for a customer to be vulnerable, it has to fulfill two properties. First, the customer's login information needs to be known to the attacker. That's a prerequisite to trigger password recovery. We find that most providers, you only need the email address. Luckily, or maybe just unluckily, so we have the WHOIS database. It's publicly available. So it contains lots of information and many of the resources. So for the customer database, we can get the contact email for 75% of the ASs and 11% of the Alex domains. Even if you can't find the information in WHOIS, sometimes you can still guess the account. For example, some use classical emails like admin@company or webmaster@company. The other property a vulnerable customer needs to fulfill is that the name server configuration of the email domain meets the requirements of the specific DNS cache poison methods. We find that around 50% of the customers are vulnerable to BGP subprefix hijacking, around 10% are vulnerable to side channel, and around 20% are vulnerable to IP fragmentation. Since so many customer accounts are vulnerable, so are the resources. So by mapping those customer accounts to the digital resources, especially IPv4 and domains, we get to know how many resources are vulnerable. Even though there's only around 50% of tested customers are vulnerable, but they already put majority of the resources in danger. We find that 93% of the IPv4 addresses and 65% of the domains are vulnerable. It indicates that large customers are even more vulnerable than smaller ones. So regardless of those scary numbers, so let's see how we can get the account of area on the RIPE as example. First, the attacker can manipulate the IP cache status. He can modify the ROAs, so he can either disrupt the propagation of BGP announcement or expose the IP cache protected network to BGP hijacking. The attacker can also manipulate the RIPE database or WHOIS database. This would allow him to impersonate area representative or even affect the network connectivity, as some of the BGP routers use WHOIS database for filtering. Another obvious manipulation is account management. The attacker can create some new users with admin rights so that he can still have access even if the account is claimed back. He can modify contact data and organization details. So this would block the physical contact between the provider and the customer. He can even terminate the membership, which can delete all the resources. And lastly, the attacker can possibly transfer or resell some resources to a third party and make profit out of it. And for some other type of providers, the attacker can do some resource-specific manipulations too. For example, if he gets access to his account, he can easily revoke certificates or reissue some certificates. If he gets a domain owner's account, he can delegate the whole domain to malicious name servers or resell the domain for profit. And how can we countermeasure these attacks? So we propose countermeasures in two categories. First, to make it harder to take over accounts. The account details should be better hidden. The system should be separated for high privileged accounts. Captures and the DNSSEC would also help. The other category is to make it harder to manipulate resources. So for example, two-factor authentication and account notification should always get activated. Strict account access restrictions can help too. Besides, more manual review or longer waiting time could also prevent some malicious transactions. As a conclusion, so we find that resource databases are poorly protected. So adversaries can take over the accounts and manipulate them. So we also show that attacks against accounts are practical. Large fraction of the providers and the customers are vulnerable to certain attacks. So that's even much easier for on-pass attackers. There are already many countermeasures, but most of them are not enforced. So obviously, higher security or strict authentication lowers the usability, so which will drive the customers away. That's it. If you are interested in more details, you can check our paper published at Usenet Security 2021, and that's a joint work with Felix Geithner, Dr. Hai Schumann, and Professor Mark Wagner. Thank you so much, and any questions are welcome.
Cool, thank you very much. So we have one question to start off from Cynthia Revstrom. So you said something about being able to issue certificates, but I didn't quite hear the entire sentence. What did you mean by that?
Did you mean the manipulation part? So if you get access to a customer card at the CAs, you can reissue certificate. That's what I mean. So it may be hard to issue a new certificate under that domain because you need to pass the domain validation part. But for reissue existing certificate, that's quite easy. Some CAs don't require you to do anything, so they will just send you a new certificate. That's it. Is that what you asked?
Yep. Yes. So noted that was it. Thank you.
Yeah.
So one thing I would say, are you seeing a lot of situations where two-factor authentication isn't required by the database or otherwise to work on things?
Actually, during our test for all the providers we tested two-factor authentication, they are all disabled by default. So none of them require it. So our recommendation is try to enable it. Yeah, because for example, when you like do some modification on the database, do some transaction, try to always ask you to do the two-factor authentication. I think that's the secure way to do. But it makes the system much harder to use. Yes, of course.
I mean, if you're not using 2FA at this point in time, please use it. Yeah, absolutely. That's the single biggest thing. So we do have somebody in the audio queue here. So Rudiger, you should have. I clicked to give you audio,
yes,
and then it's here we are. Cool.
Well, okay.
Go ahead,
kind of the
again. Who are you? Always still
Volk,
a mic.
Rudiger Volk, working for my own unorganized self. And yes, kind of for RPKI. Let me point out one nit technically. The hosted RPKI at RIPE does not allow you to deal with certificates. You are just doing objects. But yes, kind of the protection of the RPKI there, of the hosted RPKI, quite obviously is security is limited by the security of the LIR portal. And that does not require two-factor authentication. That's true. And but one other small point there, kind of the accounts for the LIR portal are not really documented in the database publicly. The accounts actually are handled, as far as I understand it, with potentially different addresses in the private RIPE database.
Yes, we considered that. That's why we say we suggest to better hide the account details. If it's already well protected, that's fine. But as we say, there's lots of other providers that didn't protect them well. For example, the information are just published in the WHOIS database. So you have, for example, you have the tech admin or the owner contact information, like the email address. So you just try to test. The adversary can just test on the password recovery password recovery page and put the email address there and try to test if there's something happening or not. So I mean, if it's already well protected, that's good. But if not, we suggest to separate the system and to better protect the accounts. That's what I mean.
Oh, okay. So we've got 2 questions, and then we'll go back to the audio queue. So, well, one is a comment from Gert During, of Gert During. So 2FA is not a panacea either. I recently had an Android device die on me, and recovering the 2FA secrets to the new device was fairly painful. Speaking purely personally, I think that's one of the biggest concerns around changing your mobile device and the 2-factor authentication. And I think you in your presentation alluded to the fact that, or in the comment, that yes, from a user point of view, 2FA can often be complex for the user. I don't know if you have any other comments on that.
For that, actually, for me, I don't have any issue with that, because for the 2-factor authentication, I use the app from Microsoft. I think there's also another one from Google. So basically, if you log in, so all the things are synchronized, right? So if you move to a new phone, you just need to log in and get it then resynchronized again. So you got everything. That's my experience.
They're improving that. I mean, I know how I did it the first time I ever had to change phone with 2FA stuff on it. It was codes and re-entering and all the rest. I think they are improving that, and I see Google Authenticator is now offering export to paper QR option, and as Robert points out, there is a difference between a planned and unplanned change of device. I think that's the that's the big thing of, you know, losing your phone. So a couple of other questions. So two from the NCC, I think. So we have Marco Schmidt from RIPE NCC. I want to clarify that getting access to an SSO account will not be sufficient to perform significant actions like transfer resources, modify sensitive LIOR organization details, or close LIR accounts. The RIPE NCC has additional due diligence checks in place to prevent this. It's still important to have a strongly protected SSO account, and we urge all our members to do so.
Yes, so that's why we say the potential resource manipulations. We didn't actually run them because some of them require like a last check. So, and especially for the transfer of the resources, transfer of the IP resource, so they need to send some documentation to sign up identity, something like that. But still, it depends on how this like transaction is performed, how is in fact, and also we don't know how it works at some other providers, if it's easier, because some provider may just want to make business easier to make things easier, but that just makes the customers less secure. So we just want to show there's a potential, such a like one urge. We just
oh, you're gone away there for a moment. I'm just gonna, yeah, we have a little bit more time. So once Tian comes back, I'm going to take Emil's question and then go to the audio queue. Are you there? We lost you there for the last 30 seconds or so. And we've lost you again. Hello? Yeah.
Hello, I think I'm now back.
You're back now. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think, could I summarize your point? I suppose is that this is not you saying that the RIPE database or the NCC is particularly vulnerable. It's the general piece.
So it's just we have a count at RIPE, so that's why we take this as an example. So we go to the check what we can do if we got into the count, and some of the actions we didn't go to the end because we didn't actually transfer.
Okay, this is. No, we may have to move on. I think that's I hope his connection.
Oh, I got shut down.
Yeah.
Completely.
There you are. Okay, so we can hear you certainly. So maybe
the video. Maybe I turn off video. I think makes things easier. I guess. Okay,
cool.
sorry for that.
Let's just work through the last couple of questions we have here, or points. So Emil Aben from the RIPE NCC asks, what I understood from your slides is that all RIORs are vulnerable to prefix hijacking. I'm surprised by this. Or PKI deployment should make this hard, if not impossible. Did you test this, or is it a theoretical possibility of doing this? I think possibly even your audio is not great.
I think it works. I think it works. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the whole IPK thing that the only issue, if it's wholly well deployed and every router is validated, it's fine. It protects against prefix hijacking. But the thing that it's not widely deployed, and we have other projects like validating how many AES is deployed and how many routers validated is not really that much. So that's why we say the sub-prefix hijacking is still a threat to the internet.
Okay, and I'm going to close. We've got 3 questions and we've got 1 in the audio, and I'm going to close it there. But I'm going to go to Dennis now.
Hi. On a kind of related note,
Dennis, again, this is a mic. Who are you, please?
Hi, Dennis Walker, co-chair of the Database Working Group. I've been saying for years that the whole issue of security should not be public in the RIPE database. The idea of publishing maintainer objects, which lists all your different ways of protecting your data, whether you have passwords, PGP keys, SSO accounts. I don't know of any other service anywhere on the internet where the service provider publishes all the details about how people maintain or protect their accounts. But to make any sort of change in this area would be quite a significant effort. But I think it's something that certainly should be looked at.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any comment there, Tian?
Not much. I'm completely agree with that. Yeah. So we just need more instructions and more guidelines, and also helps. And actually, so I think there should be like even trainings for all the customers. So maybe they should attend or pass a survey or questionnaire to make them learn about everything. That's it. Yeah.
I mean, there's certainly training offered by the NCC, but it's not mandatory on the database. But Cynthia, I interpret your comment around, given how sadly uneven ticket handling is sometimes at the RIPE NCC, in my experience, I think it's fair to point out, is that in reference to Marco's comment about the protections there? Okay, cool. Well then, so noted. So two last questions here. First from Christian Bretterhofer. Why should this contact information not open? This is needed for operations. MFA needs to protect, but the contact needs to be accessible. So that's in the DB or other similar databases.
I think we can do some like anonymization, like what they do with the domain registers. Like you got like anonymized email address, which will handled by the providers, and which actually will forward the email to you. That will kind of makes the operations runs well, and also protect the privacy information, protect the account details. That I think that's the option, because it works quite well after the GDPR. So most the European domains are quite protected, so you can't get any contact information about it.
in the namespace. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to read one comment from chat because it's important, which is the current RIPE NCC access solution is limited now, but they do plan to review it in 2022 so that the NCC can provide more authentication options. So one last question, which I don't think is for you, but I'm going to read it out, and if somebody from the NCC wishes to comment, then that's fine. But Yuri Bogdanov from NTX asks, what does the RIPE NCC do in case of prefix hijacking in the RIPE region? And I suspect I know the answer, but I'm not the person who should say anything. Eric doesn't work for the NCC either, but I'm going to give him the video.
Yeah, so
I have Emil also in the queue, so I would prefer the official answer from the NCC there. No offense to your good self, Eric, but I'm gonna I'll tell you what, I won't take away your video. Give me a second. I'm gonna grant audio to Emil there, and indeed video.
Yeah. Well, I may not have the authoritative answer
Emil,
from.
You're at the mic. Who are you?
I'm sorry. I'm Emil from the RIPE NCC, and I don't have the basically authoritative answer. But what we hear is we are not the internet police, so we don't police the internet. But what I wanted to say, which I think is very important, is that we provide transparency to the routing system by running a system called RIS, the Routing Information Service. So because BGP doesn't have inherent security, it's very important that we actually have transparency there, and that people can develop tools and have visibility into when bad things happen on the internet and can take action themselves. So that's one thing that we do.
Okay, thank you, Eric. If you, we're gonna have to stop, but please go ahead, Eric.
Okay, Eric Bice, ATB Internet, and also co-chair for Others Policy. One of the things that the NCC has in their procedures is that there is an option to dispute a transfer that's being done by one of the directors of the leaving organization. So if your resources are hijacked, one way or the other, there's always an option to dispute that at the RIPE NCC, and there are policies for that in place. And it will refer, if the claim is valid, they will refer back to the original state.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I think that is that from the point of view of questions or comments. So Tian, thank you very much for your presentation this morning.
Thanks for all the questions and for the work. Thank you so much.
Cool, thank you. So that is, I'm just going to, no, wait, sorry, change my mind. I wish to share preload slides is what I wish to do. So just go through this again. So in my own AOB, there's a piece I forgot, which is, of our own procedure. So I mentioned earlier that Tobias is willing to do another term as co-chair of the working group. What I didn't do, rather vitally, was ask the working group if you're happy with that. Nobody objected, but it would be nice to get some sort of positive affirmation for him being reselected as a working group chair. I'm happy for this in chat or for people to say something, but it would be good to get something there. And that's a yay from Remco, which is, and apparently everybody loves Tobias, indeed. And I, it's one of the things that Tobias and I talk about. So cool. Okay, that is sufficient. Anders, it's not for my statement. Cool. Anyway, that is enough affirmation of same. So thank you for that. Does anybody else have any other AOB? Not seeing anything. then this was definitely one of those anti-abuse. The fun of planning an anti-abuse working group agenda is that you're never sure if something's going to take 5 minutes or half an hour. It's a fun time. So that is the end of our session. I will remind people about thinking about agenda items, be they work items, other things for RIPE 84, which, if the gods are kind to us, will be hybrid in Berlin, back to our hopefully improved hybrid RIPE meetings, and I very much look forward to standing in a room with full loads of booster shots and everything else with a number of you in Berlin in spring, May of next year. That would be wonderful. But for now, I think that is the end of this session. So thank you to the participants, to the speakers, to the NCC staff, to our wonderful stenographers, and again, to all of you. And we shall talk to you hopefully in Berlin and online, because hybrid is important, at RIPE 84. So thank you all very much. Enjoy your lunch, and see some of you in special chat.
So, I wonder what we could watch on TV right now.
I would like, if I may, to take you on a strange journey.
Yeah, interesting.
This is gonna be the coolest party ever. I don't think this boy's got all his marbles. Shakes his head when he means yes, nods when he means no. Hey, are you ready to get rowdy?
Nah, I think I'll skip on TV. I think I'll do something even better. Welcome everybody to our third RIPE 83 Kahoot quiz. My name is Gerardo Vivier and I am your quiz master. We are broadcasting today from Peppa Pig World. Oink oink. The topic of the quiz today is DNS. DNS. And it is sponsored by the IPv4 Mall. Let me tell you once again how to play the game. I'm going to show you a question, or actually several questions, and then several answers. The person who clicks on the right answer the fastest gets the most points for that round. And the person who has the most points at the end of the game wins, and you can win a prize. Remember to register with your registration number so that we can find you and get to the prize to you. So I see that we have several people already signing up. Several people still signing up. And I think we can start in a few seconds. Like 1, 2, 3. Let's start this party. And the first question is going to be about DNS. All of them will be about DNS. So let's get started. Number 1. Until which year was domain registration free? Until which year could you register domain names for free? Was it 1993? Was it 1995? Was it 1998? Or it was never free? And the right answer is one of these 4. If you don't know, just press randomly. So until 1995, actually, you could register domain names without having to pay anything. And then after that, they said, hey, ka-ching! Next question, but first let's look at the leaderboard. Windows 95, incredible at the top. Luke 6337, Chris 33, System D, and Seal or Keel. How do you pronounce that? Question number 2. Which of the root servers does the RIPE NCC operate? Is it the A root? Is it the G root? Is it the K root? Or is it the K root? One of these 4 is operated by the RIPE NCC. So A root, K root, G root, K root. If you don't know, press randomly. Oh yeah! The right answer is, and you all should know it, the K root. The K root is the root server. The RIPE NCC operates all over the world, different instances. Chris 33 taking the lead. Windows 95 going down. Luke 6337, System B, and Noro 2. On to the next question. Which of these is a real top-level domain? Is it .coaster? Is it .zoro? Is it .doodoism? Or is it .plumbing? So one of these 4 domains does not exist. Actually, one of these 4 domains does exist. Ow, that hurt. And the right domain is .plumbing. This is a real top-level domain. I have never seen anybody register .zoro, but that would be actually cool. You have an idea there. Windows 95 coming back up. Noro 2, Vista 622, Joe 18, and Chris 33. Which domain was sold for $30 million in 2019? So one of these 4 domains was sold for $30 million in 2019. Oh, no! Yeah, cost a lot. Is it voice.com, 360.com, sex.com, or boom? Yeah, the right one is voice.com. It sold for $30 million in 2019. Can you believe it? Windows 95 still at the front. Vista 622 coming in. Chris 33, Chris 407, and Christoph 20. We have a whole bunch of Chris's here. Which DNS record allows the DNS server to provide IP address and receive a host name? Now, that's a long tongue twister. Which DNS record allows the DNS server to provide an IP address and receive a host name? And the crowds roar. The right answer is the PTR record. That's the type of DNS record you would use to provide an IP address and get a domain, a host name in return. So Windows 95 still at the lead, Vista 622, Chris 33, Chris 407, Christoph 20. Not much change there. On to the next question. How many root servers are there in the world? Are there 13, 14, 12? And some people might ask, which world? So, how many root servers are there in the world? 13, 14, 12? Yeah, and the right answer is 13. We all know there are 13 of those root servers. Windows 95 taking a fall. Chris 33 taking the lead. Vista 622 still in the same place. Chris 407, Christoph 20, and Noro2 appearing. On to the next question. Which TCP IP port is used by DNS servers? Is it the port 666? Is it the port 153? Is it the port 35? Or is it port 53?
Whatever.
No, one of these four is the right one. Port 666, 153, and everybody answers so quickly. It is port 53. Well done. And let's check the leaderboard. Chris 33 still at the front. Vista 622, Chris 407, Christoph 20, and Noro 2. Question number 8. Why does the RIPE NCC provide the secondary DNS service? Is it to support the reliability of the global DNS? Is it to collect data on other people's DNS queries? Is it because the primary DNS service sucks? Or to make sure that you are able to find those torrent sites? So the right reason is the first reason, to support the reliability of the global DNS. For all those others, you can go somewhere else. Chris 33 still at the front. Chris 407, Christoph 20, Vista 622 taking a little fall, and Noro 20. Question number 9. Which of these is not a type of DNS server? Do we have the authoritative name server? Do we have the authoritarian name server? Do we have the DNS resolver or the DNS root server? So one of these is not a type of DNS server. And it is, of course, the authoritarian name server. Can you imagine that? I will take your DNS. And the leaderboard says Chris 33 still at the front, Chris 407, Christoph 20, Vista 622, and Smiley Nerd. On to the next question. Which DNS record contains a host name and its corresponding IPv6 address? Is it the AAAAAAA record? Is it the AAAAA record? Or is it the 6th name or the A record? One of these four holds an IPv6 address and the host name. And that is, of course, the Quad A record. Magical. Leaderboard says Chris 33 still at the front, Chris 407, Christoph 20, Vista 622, and Noro 20. Come on, somebody, jump in there. Which method is used for load distribution of DNS requests against a domain name? Is it the you spin me right round, baby, right round DNS, or the real round DNS, or the round Batman DNS, or the round Robin DNS? Unanimous, it is the round Robin DNS. I think I did a good Pete Burns impersonation there. Chris 33 still at the front. Chris 407, Christoph 20, Vista 622, and Smiley Nerd. On to the last question. Oh no, we're at the end. Which attack changed the DNS records and redirects online traffic to a fake website? So which kind of attack changes the DNS records and redirects online traffic to a fake website? Is it DNS spoofing? I didn't even go through all the options. That was too easy. Anyways, well done. Let's go check the end of this quiz. Who is in number 3? We have Christoph 20, Chris 407, number 2, and number 1, Chris 33. Well done, everybody. Now, thank you once again for playing the game. We hope you had fun and learned something new. Thank you to our sponsor, IPv4 Mall. Ow! IPv4 Mall, our sponsor. Join us again tomorrow at the same time, same public station. And now, please enjoy the next RIPE 83 session. Domo arigato.
Welcome everyone to the database working group here at RIPE 83. See a lot of welcome faces out there. Thanks everyone for attending. We have a busy agenda today. Just a couple of tidbits. The session's recorded. Please post your affiliations when you're asking questions in the chat, and look forward to having a great session today. So with that, Ed, if you'd like to kick us off with your operational and cloud migration update.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Ed Shrine and I'm a Senior Technical Analyst at RIPE NCC. And here is the database team, and my thanks to them for their hard work over the last 6 months. That's reflected in this update. So what have we been doing since RIPE 82? So first of all, there's been one WHOIS release that was in July, mostly operational changes. All timestamps have now been normalized. They're all in UTC and including the Z time zone. We simplified the HTTP redirect and rewrite rules, and we removed deprecated TLS versions and insecure cipher algorithms. We had checked beforehand that this would affect less than 2% of traffic, and thankfully we've had no reports of disruption. There have been 3 WHOIS outages since May. Firstly, there was an update outage in September of 1 hour. There was a network issue which caused a transaction to get stuck, and it didn't time out, which blocked everything else. We did take some time to try and find the root cause. In the end, we had to restart the master database to clear the transaction. And since then, we've shortened the transaction idle timeout to 5 minutes to mitigate this if it happens again. Secondly, there was an email notification outage on the 9th and 14th of July. It was due to a network issue, and it caused intermittent issues to send notification emails from WHOIS updates. And finally, on Monday, on the 25th of June, there was an issue updating the daily database dump and split files, and we uploaded those manually to resolve the issue. Some WHOIS features, some statistics on recently introduced features. We have the regular abuse-C validation. We have now over 100,000 abuse-C addresses in the database. We found that 3,000 of those were invalid, and we're on track to finish validating all of those addresses for the year. Secondly, the RPKI non-auth route and Route 6 cleanup. We've now deleted nearly 1,500 route objects this year. The unregistered prefix non-auth route and Route 6 cleanup. We've deleted nearly 1,000 route and Route 6 objects. The NWI8 numbered work item to synchronize portal users to the default maintainer in the RIPE database. There's now just over 1,000 LARs using that feature. And finally, the Open NRTM service. I found that there were nearly 200 distinct client IPs using the service now. 3 data cleanups. The unregistered prefix job, as mentioned, only available or reserved prefixes in the delegated stats are considered unregistered and then thus eligible for cleanup. And we deployed that at the end of June. Secondly, we corrected the address attributes on just over 1,000 LAR organizations. The address order was reversed when synchronizing from the internal registry, and that's now been resolved. And finally, Remco van Mook at the last RIPE meeting pointed out that some status attribute values are not uppercased. WHOIS has been uppercasing since 2014, but the cleanup was not done on any existing data, so we've now done that, and all status values are now uppercase. Person objects. There's a lot of personal data in the RIPE database, just nearly 1.9 million person objects. 1.7 million of those are from assignments, and the top 10 LARs are responsible for 1 million of those referencing person objects. We unlocked almost 600,000 person objects in June 2020, and since then 28,000 locked persons have been deleted, 1,600 have been updated. We also emailed the top 10 LARs in May, and with a reminder in June. 6 LARs have replied, and they confirm that their end users are informed that their contact details will be added to the RIPE database, and they've also confirmed that they do keep that registration data up to date. Upcoming changes in the RIPE database. There is a WHOIS release in the release candidate environment right now, and it is due for production on Tuesday, the 7th of December. The main change is to add numbered work item number 13, the geofeed attribute, to INET No 996 system objects. We now support base64 encoded signed updates, which are generated by Thunderbird. And finally, we're supporting internationalized domain names in outgoing update notifications. Other upcoming changes, we're making improvements to the query page, and my colleague Rehan will explain in more detail what those changes entail. But also to point out that we're planning a public full text search API separate from the web application. We've enabled client certificate authentication in the release candidate environment for testing. This uses TLS with the client certificate, but to use the same certificate to authenticate WHOIS updates. And the benefit is that there's no shared secret between the client and WHOIS, but the downside is it is more complex. So it'll be interesting to see what the uptake of that is. And finally, the default maintainer, we need to make some improvements. Currently, it's only set on top-level allocations for an organization. And secondly, internal users must make any changes manually, so it's error-prone. So we plan to focus on improving default maintainer in the coming months. The cloud migration. So just to confirm, the cloud migration of the RIPE database is on hold since the RIPE 82 meeting. Let's start again. There was a series of presentations, RIPE Labs articles by Felipe. We're stepping back from discussing the technical specifics of our earlier proposal, and we are restarting engagement with the RIPE community to define requirements for the usage of cloud. And most recently, there's a labs article on service criticality, and we plan on working with the community on defining the service criticality for the RIPE database. That said, there are some useful outcomes from the cloud work that we've applied in the internal environment. We've improved collaboration with our other teams within the RIPE NCC operations and RPKI. We're more aware of how to improve resiliency, and that applies internally as well. And there are a bunch of technical improvements that we've been using, not only switching to UTC, but using containers more and simplifying our production environment. Quarterly planning, we are working with our comms team on publishing a status update every quarter, and that goes on our website, so users can keep track of changes and things we're working on and give their feedback. So mostly this is numbered work items, and I'll just go through those quickly. These are the open issues that that are in progress with the database team. Numbered work item number 2, displaying history for the database objects where available, and there was a recommendation made by the working group co-chairs after the last RIPE meeting. Legal are analysing that, but they do have some concerns regarding the GDPR with the request, and a more detailed response will be published to the working group list shortly. NWI4, role of the status field in multi-value status context. There was a suggestion from Karsten to use the tuple prefix and status, the primary key instead. We spent some time trying to implement this, but we've concluded that it's a very difficult change to implement because we'd have to rewrite a lot of the query and update code, and we plan to email the working group with a more complete explanation of why that is. Definition of country, NWI10. Database, the data entry of end user organization legal address is in progress, and we expect to complete that by the end of 2021. And once we verify that data, we will populate the RIPE database with the country code for end user organizations, and also update the resource prefixes in the delegated stats. NRTM version 4, we had a BoF in September to discuss the proposed draft for NRTM version 4. I've proposed it on the mailing list as a solution definition for NWI 12. So we welcome any feedback. And if this proposal has consensus of the working group, we are ready to start implementation early next year once the draft is complete. GeoFeed implementation is now complete for GeoFeed, and it will be in the next WHOIS release. And finally, UTF-8 in the RIPE database. The technical investigation is complete for this. It is feasible, but it's more the impact on the RIPE NCC that we're still investigating that, and you can expect a RIPE Labs article soon. Okay, that's the end of my presentation. Any questions? Okay, I don't see any questions. If there are no questions at this time, I'm happy to reply to any emails to the working group.
Great. Thank you so much, Ed.
Well, thank you.
Up next, we have the user interface update from Rehan from RIPE NCC.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rehan. I'm a UX specialist in RIPE NCC, and today we're going to talk about the UI improvements that we are doing and working on in RIPE database. But first, I would like to show you how it used to be in the RIPE database UI and how it evolved in the past years. In 2014, we had the early interface that was primarily working on MD5 authentication, and in 2015 we made the transition to the to the new layout, but also introduced SSO authentication. And since then, we wanted to understand how our users are using this interface, and we wanted to understand the usability aspects of it as well. So for this, we did usability research over the years. We did interviews with all of you guys, and thank you for your feedback that you gave us. With the help of training team, we managed to get the user feedback on the site until we started to work from home. And with that, in 2020, we started conducting interviews online with our users from RIPE database and also other users who were participating for other platforms, so we can get a really good sense of how each product is doing and how we can enable the functionality between them. For this reason, we also looked at the analytics, which we get anonymous aggregated data to drive better opinion. And we were able to work on the future changes, which I would like to show you. First, the statistics. From the June 2019 to May 2020, we receive around 2.4 million visits on RIPE database UI. And in this year, from June 2020 to May 2021, we receive around 2.5 million visits per year on the RIPE database UI. That is quite a huge traffic, but also we see year-on-year increase in the RIPE database UI adoption from our new users, and we see also that the 88% visits were from the desktop, but also 12% were from mobile or tablet devices. And we see this also quite increased in the past year. I remember around in 2015, when we look at this data, it was around 3 to 4%, which is now up to 12%. And we see that increasing every year on year, this number. With the jointly with all the teams in RIPE NCC, we wanted to create a better user experience for our users, and for this we unified layout of RIPE NCC services, and also provide the better tablet or mobile experience, responsive design, and also have more space for the application, plus easier navigation. And we launched this layout changes in 2020. But since then, we did not change the application itself. The application of the RIPE database UI remained the same. And since then, today, with the changes which I like to show you, it's the series of the biggest changes since 2015. So when we did all the research, we gathered our data, and based on that, also the feedback that you guys provided, we identified 4 areas of improvement. The first area is about the organization search. Now, the primary objective of the RIPE database UI is basically to get to the search, quick search as possible, fast as possible. And we see that 67% of the lookups that performed in the query page are for the organization objects. And we wanted to make it easier for the user and intuitive. And for that reason, when the user will gonna search for the object, resources in the query page, then we will show the relative objects types in the dropdown. And for that, the user can go to these organization objects or the abuse C, tech C, admin C as quickly as possible from the beginning. The second area of improvement is about the filtering. We know that it happens a lot of time that our users, when they search for the query and applied some filters, it can happen that there are no results because there are a lot of filters, and if the user doesn't have a good understanding of them, it can go appearing no results very quickly. So for that reason, we are introducing contextual filtering. With that, when the user will gonna search for the resource, they will be prompted with the filters which are only applicable for that resource. The third one is about the flags. Now the flags are for the power users and to get the optimal results. What we would like to do is to provide the upfront information for the users, what kind of flags they are using, and so then user can take informed decision before clicking on search. The fourth one is about the full text search. We see around 16% of our users going back and forth between the query page and the full text search. And we see that a lot because when the query page does not conclude to any result that the user would like, then the user go to the full text search, and we'd like to bring that on the query page itself. And for that, the user can enable or disable by choice. It will be in the advanced filters, enable full text search, and then the functionality will remain what the user has already been familiar with. Of course, to get to this point, we will take a lot of iterative steps, but also we have a design milestone that we see where this UI can go in the future. And these are some screenshots that we think that might be useful for our community to see how this UI will gonna evolve in future. Of course, we need your support, we need your feedback to get there. Also, if you have seen RIPE Stat and was introduced last year in RIPE 82, and also RIPE Labs that followed the same suit, that basically change into this kind of UI, and we like to spend more time and energy towards other applications to have this support. Moving ahead, of course, we will do very incrementally. We will involve the community as soon as possible on the RC environment, on the dev environments. And we will take data very seriously when it comes to design decisions. By testing and getting your feedback is very crucial for any design changes. So if you have seen in the past months that we are changing and iterating the design little by little, but also collecting feedback from our user groups as well. For this reason, I would really love to have your feedback also, and please register on the form. If you visit ripe.net/s/usability, then you can participate in one of our user testing interviews whenever we launch anything there, and then you will be notified. With that, you can give us your valuable feedback, and we make sure that we implement those features. And it will be very helpful for us. With that in mind, thank you very much for the presentation today, and I invite any questions if you have any. Thank you.
So we have a couple of questions in the Q&A area. The first one's from Christian Brederhofer, who's representing himself. Can we get more? And he's got a URL in here that's basically the web UI My Resources overview. All objects from the maintained by, for example. Basically, he's asking in the overview page, in the authenticated part of the website, can we get all the objects from the maintained by?
We are looking into this as well, and we are collecting feedback in this regard. If you are interested to talk about it and how it will be useful for you, please, if you can sign up for the form or contact me or Ed, and then we will taking a look into it. We did receive feedback about this recently, so we can think about how we can expand the My Resource page into other objects. Starting with maintainer. Yeah.
Great. Next question was from Wessel at Prefix Broker. RIPE database query. The hierarchy flag selection for those of us who have not memorized the meanings behind ILM X, this is an improvement. Can you look into the way to clarify what each flag stands for without having to move the slider to see the description?
Yeah, absolutely. So by showing these UI, if you see that these are in grayscale, we call it wireframes, and actually it's the way to get your feedback and opinions on it. And we are getting feedback from our users. So if there is a way to improve it, and if you think, please suggest us. Otherwise, we are looking into different ways. If it is not moving sliders, it will gonna change the description. If that is not enough, then we can always go back and have the checkbox as we have right now. But we are also constantly looking ways to improve it.
Great. Next question is from Raymond Jetton at Alicia. Would full text search be available for only the LAR's own objects?
I think full text search is available for any kind of object types, and the that doesn't necessarily is the own LAR's object. Is Ed? Do you want to say something about it?
Sure, it's something we haven't considered, but it's certainly technically possible. We could add a term to the search to restrict the search to the objects maintained by the organization's maintainer, in the same way that we show the objects on the My Resources page. We could. I think it's feasible. So yeah, if we can find a way to do that in the interface as well, I think we could implement that.
Great. One more from Raymond. I would need that option to reduce the amount of answers.
Sure, we can work on it. No problem.
And Rudiger Volk, is it clear how to identify an LAR's objects?
Yeah, I think we can identify LAR's object. We have the SSO account information, and by coupling with the maintainer, we can find out your LAR's objects in the RIPE database, of course.
Great. Any other questions? Well, thank you, Rehan.
Thank you very much. And if you have any other question, please reach out to me or in the mailing list. I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Up next is the RIPE Database Requirements Task Force update from Shane Kerr.
Great. Hello, everyone. Let's see if I can figure out how to present these slides. No, I can't figure that out. Sorry, everyone. Do I have to share screen? Is that the idea?
Underneath your name in the top left corner, there is two options. One is preloaded slides, and the other
There
is
we go. Okay, great. Thank you. I apologize, everyone. Great. So I was going to start off to say how nervous I was, but I think this is even better. I demonstrated it. So welcome. My name is Shane Kerr. I'm one of the members of the RIPE Database Requirements Task Force, and we recently finished up our the document that we were organized in order to create, and this is part of our efforts to present the findings of this and circulate them in the RIPE community. So you can see the task force members here, and you also see that we also have people on the RIPE NCC who gave us an enormous amount of help in this effort. It was really a lot of work from everyone involved, and we appreciate these ongoing support from the RIPE NCC. Right, so what is the task force? We were created in 2019, and this was sort of a bit of navel gazing on behalf of RIPE NCC, and one of the outcomes of that was the observation was that we have this database which is very important for everyone, but we're not exactly it was a historical thing that came about, and we never really wrote down what it was for, how it works, or anything. So that's kind of the idea of the task force, which is to document the requirements. And as I mentioned, we just finished up the work publishing the final report. So I'm not going to go through all of these things. This is an effort to describe how we work. And I think the main thing that I want to talk to about this particular slide is that we've tried to be transparent and get continuous feedback from the community, from everyone we could think of that might have interesting things to say about the RIPE database requirements. So it hasn't been a group of people in a smoke-filled room chuckling to ourselves and lighting our cigars with 100-euro bills. We've really tried to be involved and open and make sure that everyone was involved. So having said that, of course, it wasn't always easy. Certainly COVID interrupted our work like it did many people's. And of course, the document itself was, the RIPE database does a lot of things and has a long history. So, and there's a lot of people that are interested in it. So it was kind of a big thing to chew off or to take on. Also, the RIPE community isn't always of one mind as to what it wants to do, especially around the database. And there's a lot of technical details. With any requirements document, there's always an effort to figure out what the appropriate level of detail is for it. So we tried to steer away from specific details like individual flags in the implementation or attribute names on the objects and things like that. We tried to give a little bit of a higher focus for that. We thought that was appropriate, and yeah, we felt happy doing that. So what went well? We actually did have a fairly diverse group of people on the task force, and we all worked well together. And we were able to get feedback from the community when we tried to elicit people's opinions and things like that. So that was pretty good. And as I mentioned before, we had a lot of really great help from the RIPE NCC. So so this document is now RIPE 767. It's a RIPE document. You can download it there. But if you just Google RIPE database requirements, it'll be near the top of your search. And we start off early in the document by talking about data management principles. We describe in what we hope is sufficient detail what we mean by each of these principles: accuracy, consistency, minimization, and security. And from those, we lay out what we think the purposes of the RIPE database are. And these are listed here. Certainly, a primary, if not the primary purpose, is to provide registration information about number resources. It also contains reverse DNS information, which are linked to those resources, routing information, which is also linked to those resources, and having all that, once all of that information is available, the way it's used is to facilitate internet operations and coordination and so on. We also added a purpose of enabling research. This is important. This feedback came from various people in the community. So there is that. Right. And how do we, so those are kind of the like what it's here for. And then we move on to the specific requirements. And so based on some feedback that we got, we decided to make a kind of template for it. So each requirement has a rationale, which is sort of explaining why it's a requirement and the scope that we thought was appropriate for each requirement, recommendation, and so on, and what purpose is, like, why is it a requirement? What is it related to? We also had a lot of things that kind of came up, which we thought, this isn't actually a requirement, but it's too important, and people are going to wonder if it's missing. So we decided to include sort of almost flavor text, just describing other things. And the recommendation that we listed there, these are all only suggestions. We're just a task force. We don't have any authority or any power to make anything happen. So we were conscious throughout the whole process that anything that we came up with as a recommendation would just be that, and that the further work would have to be done in the various working groups or other ways in the RIPE community. And I'll talk about that more in a couple slides. Well, I'll talk about it in this slide. So you can see here, we kind of went through the requirements and thought, who is the one that actually would be the one that would be implementing or not each of the recommendations that we made. And so you can see them listed here on this slide. And a lot, although not all of these, are for the database working group. So for example, the very first requirement lists what actually is important to include for number resources. And so the kind of implication is that there's things which aren't important and maybe they should be handled in a different way, and make sure that the things that are important are listed and handled properly. And some of these requirements are probably going to be controversial. For example, this third requirement, 6.1.3, discourage using the RIPE database as an IPAM solution. One of the things that we found surprising in our feedback from the community was how many people use the RIPE database for IP address management. That's what IPAM means if you don't know. And so we had many discussions about this, and ultimately we thought it's not actually something that the RIPE database is built for. And if you have very, very light requirements for IPAM, then maybe it is okay for you, but it's not really what it's for. We were unable to find out if this was based on misunderstanding of the question or things like that. We think there's probably good ways to go forward with that. For example, maybe making it so that there's hooks so that external IPAM solutions can hook into it. If RIPE NCC wants to provide that and hook into the database like that, that makes sense. But there's certainly many commercial vendors which provide IPAM products which would be happy to use hooks. Full disclosure, my own company sells an IPAM solution, so there's many ways that third parties could use this, but probably not a requirement. So, but as I said, like all of these recommendations are only that recommendation. Let's see, another one for the database is access to historical data. This one is tricky because when people were interacting with the database in the past, the purpose and requirements and how the data was going to be used going forward might not have always been clear. So taking data that people put in earlier and using it later, for example, data that they've deleted because they didn't want people to see it, having access to that data in a historical context might or might not be okay. We recommended that this be done on a case-by-case basis. So for example, if a researcher wants access to historical data or an organization needs access to historical data to check for previous use of a block, that it be considered on a case-by-case basis. Now, again, that's a recommendation to the database working group. If the database working group wants to handle it in a different way, if you think, no, the community really feels it important that every byte ever written into the database ever should be publicly available to anyone, then that's the decision, and that's the way the working group can go. I'm not going to talk to the recommendations for routing, except for the one that's also to the database working group, and that recommendation is that the RPKI effort involves routing information, but doesn't actually sit in the RIPE database. We actually don't think that necessarily needs to change. However, we recommend that the RPKI database be changed from a RIPE NCC service where the policies are dictated solely by the RIPE NCC and its members to one that's community-based like the RIPE database. That may not be the way that the routing or the database community want to go, and the RIPE NCC may not be willing to change the way it works there, but that's our recommendation there. And let's see, and the final two recommendations that are for the database working group is, one is to change the way that person and role objects are used. We think that person objects should be depreferenced, I guess you could say. We think that an organization should use role objects preferentially and not include private information or personal data in the database when they can avoid it. We didn't actually go as far as to recommend that person objects be completely removed from the database in case there are situations where people find it important to list contact details or other information about persons. And we also recognize the fact that it's very difficult to restrict what people will put into role objects. So if people want to put their own phone number in there, there's not really a very easy way to restrict that. But we hope that by declaring a role object and explaining what the purpose is, that it will encourage people to not use personally identifiable information or other privacy sensitive stuff in the database. And finally, another possibly contentious decision is about legal address of resource holders. This is something that various law enforcement agencies have wanted for a while, and the idea is to make it easy to contact people who have a number of resources. The community has in the past basically rejected that, and we kind of stand by that decision and don't think that it's a good idea to do it. But as always, as with any of these recommendations, if the RIPE community feels strongly that this is not the way to go forward, then that can be changed. So let me see if my next slide. Yeah. So that was a long list, and I can go back to it during the discussion, the Q&A phase or whatever. And I'm happy to talk to any points, and hopefully some of my other task force members are with me here and can also help answer things as necessary. But what's up next? Basically, the RIPE chair team, so that's Miriam and Neil, will coordinate with the relevant working groups, and the working groups are going to be asked to discuss the recommendations on their mailing list or in person if they want, or however they want to organize that. And the RIPE NCC will implement them. So basically, this slide is just going to say that all of the normal existing RIPE procedures and policies for making changes to the way things work are what we expect going forward here. So all of the recommendations are intended to be channeled through existing policy development process or whatever approach makes the most sense for them. And that is it. So
we have a question. So the question's from Elvis Valea, V4 Escrow. RIPE database was used as an IPAM solution because the RIPE NCC requested registration of assignments in RIPE-DB to show previous usage and prove future need in order to allocate more space. Unless address policy decides the assignments are not a requirement when address space is used and a mere recommendation, members would consistently violate the policy by not registering assignments. So basically, point 3 is linked to point 2, right?
So I'm not, I guess, I think, you know, earlier just today, I said that we shouldn't waste our time talking about definitions. And yet here I am about to suggest that it also depends on what the definition of IPAM is. So, I mean, when I think of IPAM, I think of like, I am opening a new branch office and I need to allocate a certain amount of space for the servers that are running there, a certain amount of space for printers and things like that, and then maybe space for address for bring your own device stuff, and so on and so forth. I mean, and then put each of those in various pools with access, you know, access control list for access to certain data. You know, all these kind of things are what I think of when I think of IP address management. Another perfectly valid way to think about it is just documenting, you know, which blocks of address are used where, not in an operational sense, but in an administrative sense. If you're thinking about things from that administrative point of view, Elvis, then I think your point makes a lot of sense, right? Because basically, the RIPE policy requires, or required, I don't actually know what the current policy is. It used to require that if you got a ledger saying where everything is used for, that you have to open up a certain part of that and stick it in the database so everyone can see. So from that point of view, yes, I think you can say certain kinds of IPAM were required, but yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, or if it, yeah. Sorry if that's a little muddled and confused.
All right. Miriam is in queue, so Miriam, you're now added. Go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to, it said feedback on the slide, so I just wanted to say a big thanks to the task force and all the task force members. I think you did a fantastic job, and as you said, it wasn't always easy, but I think you came up with a really good list of concrete things that the community can now take and consider and address. So thanks.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Miriam. I mean, that was only ever our goal was to create a clear of a document explaining how things work and how they should work, and then handing that over to the people to do all the actual work. Great.
So we have Elvis has another question, but he's on audio now. So Elvis, go ahead and ask your question. state your affiliation. Elvis? Elvis, go ahead.
If you're talking,
Elvis?
I can't hear you, Elvis. So maybe you need to type your
Elvis
question.
seems having trouble. Rudiger's in queue, so Elvis, if you can figure out your stuff, re-queue. Rudiger, go ahead.
Yeah, kind of many things come to mind. One thing is kind of, it is, yeah, looking at the document now, I find, and comparing it to the slide that is up there, kind of, I'm surprised to find stuff that would be in IETF RFCs in the in the leading boilerplate, sadly missing, which is to point out, well, okay, this is a report that makes some recommendations, but kind of, well, okay, it doesn't really claim consensus. In the RFCs, you have boilerplate that tells, well, okay, this is work by the IETF and it has gone through IETF process, or it has not been gone, it did not go through RFC process and is just non-standardizing informational. I certainly appreciate a lot the work that has gone in there. On the other hand, I have to say, remembering the discussion that I think kicked off the task force, that the momentum for kicking this off really had in mind to figure out with a view to the future, what the supposed requirements or purposes should be, recognizing that all the old documents really were old, and I think there is more work to review and review and make more specific statements out of what we have in hand right now. Unfortunately, a lot of work, but the document certainly is a really good starting point. And thanks for that.
Thanks, Rudiger. I think, if I can respond, I think several of our recommendations are to discontinue the certain functionality that the database has now. So other recommendations we have are to clarify and clean up parts of the database. I think your observation is correct. I don't want to call it a criticism, but your observation is correct that it's not really forward-looking necessarily. We are trying to set a point in time and make sure we know where we're at. I don't think there's any expectation, though, that this will be the last word on the database and where it goes. I think quite the contrary. For my own feeling, I think we've got, as you can see from this slide here, quite a few recommendations. Getting through these is not necessarily a prerequisite. It's not something we have to do before we add additional purposes or change existing purposes to new ways. But I think it's probably a good idea. So I think I don't even know how we would have gone about like imagineering the future. But if anyone is interested and has their own ideas for all the great new things that the database needs to do, then yeah, please, let's do it.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Shane. We're out of time. Moving on, we have Dennis Walker with the RIPE database purposes. So Dennis, with that, I'll let you take over.
Okay. Share the screen. Yes. Okay, there we are. Right, following on from what Shane just said, we want to look at now what are the purposes of the database, as Shane said, looking forwards and take it from now and consider where we go with the RIPE database. I did a pre-recorded presentation which was released last week, which I hope some of you have watched. And this is following on from the work of the database task force. But the last time we had a community consensus on what the purposes of the database are was back in 2011 when the terms and conditions, which included the purposes, was finalized. So the question is, have the purposes actually evolved or changed over the last 10, 20 or 30 years? Have the stakeholder groups changed or diversified? And do we need a policy dedicated to the RIPE database? My reasoning for that is explained in the video, so I'll suggest you do go and have a look at that. And we do need input from as many stakeholder groups as possible. We'd like to put everything on the table for a discussion on this. What does the RIPE database mean to you? What does it do for you? What do you use it for? Is it helpful or absolutely essential for the work you do? What else could it do for you? What information does it need to contain for you to do your work? I think we do need a consensus on what this product and service is in the 2020s and beyond. Now, when I mentioned this in the address in the anti-abuse working group earlier today, one of the comments was that, well, even if we do have a consensus on what the purposes are now, they're not set in stone. They could change again. But that's my whole point. Have the purposes changed in the last 30 years? Because I know the task force considered many things like IPAM as potential purposes, but the final document really only reflected those historical purposes. So what I'm saying is, today, going forward in the 2020s, have the purposes evolved, and do we need to document this and define what the purposes are and have a consensus on it? Because a lot of the recommendations that Shane has gone through, some of those depend on what the purpose of the database is. So if we don't know, if we're not absolutely sure what the purposes are, it's going to be difficult to make decisions on some of those recommendations. So that's basically a quick summary. Any thoughts on this?
If anyone has any questions, you can either place them in the Q&A through Micho, or you can join the queue, and we can give you audio video access. Great. Well, seeing no questions.
Oh,
wait, nope. Here we go. Hold on. Miriam, go ahead.
I was waiting if maybe somebody else wants to come in and respond. Didn't want to take up the stage too much. My name is Miriam Kühner. I'm the RIPE chair. Sorry, I forgot to say earlier on. And just maybe I'm just confused a little bit in what you're proposing, Dennis. We had a bit of a discussion in anti-abuse already, because we have the database task force report now with a number of quite concrete suggestions and recommendations. And I believe what the task force actually did is to review the purpose of the database and what it's used for and how it reflects policy made by the community, for instance, in other working groups. And so I'm just maybe just a little bit of caution and not to meddle or mix too much or start too many activities at once. Maybe we should take the task force report and go through it, and if we feel one or more of these recommendations that we need to define the underlying purposes a bit more, maybe we should do it that way rather than starting yet another kind of very deep activity as I think you're suggesting. But maybe I'm mistaken what your goals are.
yeah, that's a perfectly valid point. But I thought, really building on the work that the task force, it would be nice to have this kind of open public discussion on whether people think the purposes have evolved. If they haven't, fine, then we move on. But some of those recommendations, I think, we do need to know exactly what this database is. And IPAM is a classic example. Even from what Shane said, the recommendation was to discourage it, but then we haven't actually defined what IPAM is. Are there some areas of IPAM that the database could be used for? Do people want to use this for IPAM? Should it be recognized as a purpose? So even at one point, there's a number of issues that are still open.
So you're saying we should go through the recommendations, and then maybe if we come to those where we get stuck or where we don't have agreements, we could actually look a bit more into the underlying purposes. I think I would agree with that. I'm just kind of cautioning a little bit to kind of disrupting the process right now that we have the report, and I don't want to just brush that aside and then start from scratch.
No, absolutely. Okay. I mean, that's certainly an option to consider this while we consider the recommendations.
Okay, that makes sense.
Great.
Makes sense.
So we have a couple other questions in Q&A and a couple other folks in the queue. Thank you, Miriam. Christian Brennerhofer representing himself. Database stays to be great resource, so keep it as max as possible. Monica Ermert is a journalist. If you repurpose the data collected, what would that mean from a data protection law standpoint? Can you easily repurpose?
I don't think we are trying to repurpose anything, but there are issues like, for example, nobody realized so many people considered the database as an IPAM solution. So it's a question of how are people using it today, which are undocumented, which I would like to have documented. So we're not trying to look for new purposes. We're just trying to perhaps document the existing purposes.
All right. So Rudiger, go ahead with your question.
Oops. Okay. Sorry, some technical confusion here. Well, okay, I would agree with Miriam about not mixing two separate discussions at the same time. On the other hand side, I would say kind of the way, Dennis, you are talking about purposes looks to me a little bit very abstract, and to do a really nasty interpretation. Well, okay, of course, we do not know what is going to be a valid purpose in 10 years, 50 years, so we have to be very open for everything, and we don't get anywhere. What I would suggest to consider is taking the long slides that you did and actually go through that item by item and check whether, well, okay, that item is worth to be discussed, and where and how to do that in kind of a similar fashion, like going through the specific recommendations of a task force. Let me add another point. On the opposite side of the very abstract concept of purpose, there is requirements like, do we need and are we maintaining a reference data model for transporting database information, and what are the techniques used for maintaining the relevant specifications? Kind of, as far as I understand it, the transfer syntax for database content is RPSL defined. And kind of, I would see a requirement of maintaining a grammar like we had in the RPSL RFCs that actually defines that. And yes, you go there and figure out how and where to do the UTF-8 for coming back to something very specific that Dennis raised and other people as well. So kind of, yes, the requirements task force paper stays out of those technicalities, but actually I think there are a few technicalities like what I mentioned and supporting continued operation of current users that we probably should figure out more in detail, and also add to the stuff that goes into the consensus process. Thanks.
Yeah, I think with something like UTF-8, we can steer clear of the technicals. Technically, the database is capable of handling UTF-8, but it's the policy side and the interpretation of it that we need to consider, as I said in my video presentation.
So we are out of time right now. We have a couple of other questions in the Q&A and one more in the queue. Real quick before we get to the questions, I just wanted to say thank you to RIPE NCC for their support and help hosting this session. Also wanted to thank the stenographer for their help in transcribing everything that we say. With that, Daniel Karenberg, RIPE NCC, asked the question that said, shouldn't we deal with the task force recommendations now and avoid having two related discussions at the same time? Would it hurt to have the purpose discussion at a later time?
No, that's perfectly valid points. Yes, I accept that.
And Tobias next, shouldn't the purpose of the database be connected with the public policy process? If a new purpose comes up with a new policy proposal, it means directly that the purpose has to be extended when the policy passes. Tobias is with abuse.
Policies and purposes have never been linked before, but maybe, as I said in my presentation, perhaps this is why we need a database policy as well.
And Elvis, go ahead with your question. State your affiliation. Oh, Elvis seems to still be having some technical issues. In the chat, Athena Osis, Athena from RIPE NCC, some clarifications from a legal perspective. Any use not in line with the already defined purposes in the RIPE database, T's and C's, is in breach of the T's and C's and not allowed. Article 3 and 4, RIPE database terms and conditions. Also, indeed, any changes in the current purpose would have GDPR implications. So.
But maybe we're not changing the purpose. Maybe we're acknowledging the purpose that it is being used for.
So, great. Well, thank you so much, Dennis. Thank you, everyone, for attending the working group today. We're a little bit over time, but you still have some time left in your break. We will see you next time. Thanks so much.
Right. I think we're coming up to the hour. So I think we're going to start. I'm just waiting for Digger. I was waiting for all the co-chairs to actually show up. There you go. I hope we're all set and everybody can hear me and all fine. I can hear my co-chairs. That's probably good. We lost one of them. So hopefully that's all good. So welcome everyone. This is, as usual, your very much favorite working group, the NCC Services Working Group. And people can both hear me and see my slides, so that's even better. That's all good. So we have a rather packed agenda today. We're going to go through the welcome and admin matters, which is what we're doing at the moment. I'm Curtis Lindquist. I'm one of the co-chairs together with Rob Evans and Bijal Sangani, although we seem to have lost Bijal. We're going to start with the admin matters, which we're going through right now. And then we'll have the NCC update from Hans Petter, and we have the NCC Cloud Strategy from Felipe, Database Requirements Task Force, from Bijal, and then after the coffee break, we continue with the operation update by Felipe and chair selection open microphone session. If you haven't been to one of the NCC Services Working Groups in real life, I highly recommend it. It's a life-changing experience. But beyond that, I also want to clarify that normally this the NCC Services is back to back with the general meeting, and the reason for that is that the NCC update is actually part of the general meeting. But for the benefit of all participants in RIPE, be presented here as opposed to GM. And normally we would also remind you all to go register for the GM, but I think that's too late now, so you don't have to all rush out and do that. Right. With that, I think I've done the welcome. We have a scribe, which is I actually don't think I know who the scribe is, to be honest. Oh, Daniel. There we go. No, that's not Daniel. It's someone else. There's someone RIPE NCC normally very generously provides with a scribe, so I hope there's a scribe. I assume so. Oh, there we go, Susanne Taylor. Thank you, Susanne. And Alistair is monitoring the chat, I think, so we also have that. If there's any comments on the agenda, otherwise we'll go with the agenda as is. No, let's go with that. Then we have the minutes of the previous meetings that were shared on the 2nd of August this year, and there was no comments. So any comments on the minutes, or can we approve them? No. Minutes approved. With that, we'll dive straight into the first presentation, which is the RIPE update by Hans Petter. So Hans Petter, over to you then. Fine.
Hello, everybody. I'm trying to share my slides, but this still says that all the slots are taken. So
I think that was me. I stopped doing it now, so you should be able to.
So now I got it right. So thank you, Curtis. My name is Hans Petter Holen, and I'm the Managing Director of the RIPE NCC, broadcasting live from my office in the not quite rainy Amsterdam. But anyway, so talking a bit about the RIPE NCC, where we are and what we've done since the last meeting. We have conducted significant work into mapping a way forward. So for the first time, we have developed a 5-year strategic plan, which has been published in draft form. And the idea here is to set some objectives on where we want to be in 5 years' time from now. And that is to set the direction. Of course, there will still be activity plans every year, but they will then be aligned with this strategy. So the strategic document describes the vision, the mission, and the values. This has been based then on factors that influence the RIPE NCC, or strength, and then we have had an internal process and a process with the board in order to set out these objectives. So you may be very well familiar with the vision. Together, let's shape the future of the internet. It's not something that we have changed this way around. We kept that as from previous strategic plans, and it's not necessarily a place to be, but more describing the journey. We're here together to shape the future of the internet. The mission statement, we have done a slight update to. So first and foremost, an authority on unique internet number resources. We enable people to operate and develop the internet. And here's where we made a clarification and addition: as secretariat for the RIPE community, we're a trusted steward of the open, inclusive, collaborative internet model, engaging and connecting people and communities. And the third part, as a neutral source of information and knowledge, we actively contribute to the stability and evolution of the internet. So the main three areas are still the same, but we have made some clarifications. Going to the strategic objectives, we're starting with where we came from and continue to support an open, inclusive, and engaged RIPE community. And then the RIPE community set us up to be the regional internet registry. So by that, we want to operate a trusted, efficient, accurate, and resilient registry. And we do this because we want to enable our members and community to operate one secure, stable, and resilient global internet. And in order to do so, we need to maintain a stable organization with robust governance structure. And then we can't do this without attracting engaged, competent, and diverse staff. Now, these are just the headlines of the objectives, and there will be a separate presentation in the GM later to go into more details of the strategic objectives building up to this. So the timeline for the activity plan and budget, you can see where we are now at the November meeting. We're still gathering input from the members, from the community, before the final version is presented for the executive board to approve the activity plan and budget in their December meeting. So in order to manage the organization to deliver on the strategy and on what we set out in the activity plan, I have a team with me, and you can see here that I now have a chief community officer who is responsible for external engagement and community, Hisham Ibrahim. So welcome to the team, Hisham. He's been with the RIPE NCC for quite some while, and before that with Afrinic. So he should be in a very good position to lead this area. And then you all know Kaveh, who is acting as our Chief Information Officer and heading the information services part. And then Felipe, who is acting as the Chief Operations Officer, leading the registry and the software engineering areas around the registry. In addition, we have Athena, our Chief Legal Officer, who is looking after not only the legal aspects of the RIPE NCC organization, but also participating in internet governance and regulatory affairs together with the external engagement and community team. Then Caroline Voss, our HR Director, Simon Jan, our finance manager, and Regina, our facility managers, and last but not least, Daniela, who is looking after the executive board and supporting me as managing director. So this is then the team that is navigating the RIPE NCC to deliver world-class services while engaging to connect people to maintain the resiliency and stability of the internet. So a bit about what we've been working on. We see in the registry a sharp increase in the number of transfers in the past year. Now there will be more details update on what's going on in the registry, and I just want to assure all of you that I have seen all the concerns on the list regarding the performance on the registry, and this is one of the most important things that we are working on. But it is important for all of you to realize that not only is the number of requests for transfers increased, but it's also more complex than it was in the past. comparing to the situation many years back doesn't make sense. The extra work the last year in order to be fully compliant with EU sanctions is significantly adding to the workload. We have increased staff in the registry services, both permanent staff and temporary staff, and I saw now on my table before I went in here, there are 2 more contracts to be signed, so we are really focusing on also having enough resources in order to deliver on this area. We are also looking into ways to improve efficiency and response times, and that could be optimizing processes, but also do more automation, especially in the sanctions compliance area. And the long-term solution, it really involves automation and digitization of the registry. And yes, continue to automate member checks is of course one of the things that helps a lot here. Longer terms, how can we enter into contracts digitally? How can we verify signatures electronically and so on would make the job of the registry much easier when it comes to these matters. Another thing that we have focused a lot on is improving the user experience. We have a lot of data, we have a lot of interfaces to access data across different services, and we have now worked on making the user experience consistent across all the applications, simply to make it easier to use. So a new header and menu structure is there, promotional pages, and new documentation. And we're now at a stage where we really want your feedback. So we have started some user surveys. The first one was in September. We will do user interviews, started that in November. And then we will take the input from these and make iterations to the interfaces in order to improve it. So if you're interested, you can sign up here at ripe.net/s/usability. AuthDNS. All of you are probably familiar with the K route that the RIPE NCC has been operating for many years, but we also has a DNS service for reverse enadder.arpa lookups and also for secondary name services for some of our members. And we're now working to expand the AuthDNS network. You can see on the map here, there are 2 orange dots. That's the 2 AuthDNS locations that we have. And we now have a program where you can actually host a copy of the AuthDNS service as well. So if you're interested in that, please contact us on this URL. RIPE Atlas, we have signed a contract for production of new Atlas probes. We currently have more than 11,100 probes spread across our area, across 5,000 ASNs in 169 countries. So this goes way beyond our service region and is really a good way of measuring what your network, what your services are from anywhere in the world. So this is probably one of the hidden gems in our service portfolio if you look at what most of our members know about the RIPE NCC. So next year, the next version of the hardware probes will be distributed, and we're also looking for sponsors here. When Atlas was first developed, it was decided that RIPE NCC would fund the development and up to 10,000 probes, and beyond that we would look for sponsorship agreements. So we have now developed some packages so that you can sign up to sponsors and also use this for your own measurements and include parts of the network that is important to you in the probes. We also have a community project fund. More than 30 projects so far has been funded for the purpose of good of the internet. This is a total of 250,000 euros over the years. We've had a call for applications that opened in June this year. We got 20 applications from 16 countries. 9 projects was selected by the committee for 2021 funding. And the project were awarded between 10 and 50,000 euros. And you can read more about the project on our website. Now, in order to operate a global interconnected open internet, people need to know how to do this. And the RIPE NCC has provided training services for many years, mostly in person. Now, due to COVID, we had to switch to virtual engagement, but we've also taken one step further and gone to e-learning. So you can do asynchronous courses whenever it suits you. Now, to end this with a formal certification, we have a certified professionals program, and the latest exam that we have added there is the IPv6 security expert exam. So we have also on the RIPE Academy, where you can find the e-learning, updated the V6 online course and the IPv6 security course. And I really want to point you to here that this is not just watching and learning, this is also hands-on lab exercises. So there is a virtual lab environment here that you can set up and you can that you can use for these trainings. And e-learning will remain an important part of our training program also after COVID-19. I mentioned that we have a lot of data that we collect through various services, and what we use that for is, among other things, internet country reports. So one that we've made this year is for the Mediterranean. So we looked at Portugal, Spain, France, Italy, and Greece. This is the first report that we have translated into 5 languages. And if you look at the key findings from this report, we found that the IPv4 sorters is less of an issue in this region. V6 capacity varies greatly among the 5 countries. Routing is generally quite optimized with some anomalies. And there is a highly developed internet landscape, healthy market competition, and robust, resilient internet infrastructure. The next report out is going to be on Malta, Cyprus, and Israel. Language support is something we're working on. There is now a translated wiki that you can find on this URL, where there are translations into Turkish, Farsi, Spanish, Italian, Russian, and Arabic. And this is still work in progress and more to come. Sanctions. In many ways, this is my least favorite topic to talk about. Since the RIPE NCC is based in the Netherlands, we are subject to EU sanctions and regulations. And this means, under the current understanding, that we cannot make further internet number resources available to sanctioned entities. So the services from the RIPE NCC are not sanctions by themselves. It's providing economic resources that is the part that of the sanctions that covers us. So any resources that have already been registered to a sanctioned entity must be frozen so that they can't be transferred or sold for money. Then they would become an economic resource. But we do not have to deregister resources in these cases. So it will not affect existing service. No, we have had to implement improved and automated monitoring of membership information against the EU sanctions. We have started a quarterly report on the sanctions. So we, in a transparent manner, we're reporting on the impact of sanctions on our members. And the first report has been published just before this RIPE meeting. In order to give a more in-depth explanation of the whole sanctions complex and how that affects the RIPE NCC, our Chief Legal Officer, Athena, has written an article on RIPE Labs that gives you more detail here. One of the things that you probably have heard is that we have issues with our banks as well, because one thing is sanctions that apply to the RIPE NCC, but banks have other compliance obligations on their own. So for 67 of our members, we have not yet invoiced them because our banks consider these as high risk and will prefer not to receive any funds from them. So this is not something that is illegal for the RIPE NCC to engage with these members, but we have a problem receiving payments from them. Now, this is something that I'm confident that we will report. It just that we will resolve. It just takes time, and as you might understand, might involve finding other banks that do not have this concern to do this. Other ongoing efforts, registry accuracy, as always. RPKI resilience, I think we're now on the second quarterly roadmap there, and I understood from yesterday's presentation in the routing working group that the efforts there have been really appreciated. We're working on faster responses to members. We are taking the idea of quarterly planning and roadmaps throughout the organization, and hope to engage more with the community on a more frequent basis by doing this. There has been significant work on the cloud strategy and defining criticality, and you will see that in a separate presentation after me. Improving user experience, I already mentioned that. Hosted node support for OpDNS. Further developing e-learning and virtual training, certified professionals. Hybrid outreach and engagement is probably going to be one of the big challenges for next year. Hopefully we can return to having in-person meetings, but how do we make sure that we have an equally good experience meeting in person and participating in the meeting in person versus participating remotely? And also one of the things that we are doing is to assess the level of staff traveling. Currently we have no business travel policy still in place, but we are then handling exception from that on a case-to-case basis. So it's definitely good for the environment that we don't travel, but it's not necessarily good for business and human interaction. Looking towards the next year, the accuracy of the registry is still high on the priority list. We are making significant increases in our investments in the RPKI and also in the RIPE database infrastructure. Security, risk management, and compliance is, as you may understand, increasingly important, and we're really building up that area and strengthening it also into next year and probably beyond that. Effective engagement and outreach, supporting the RIR system and the wider internet governance ecosystem is also important. We are not in this alone. We have 4 other RIRs that we work together with in an internet ecosystem of many other internet governance organizations as well. And of course, we need to be effective and sustainable as an organization. And I believe that was what I have. So I don't know, Curtis, back to you if there are any questions.
Thank you, Hans-Petter. Any question? Oh, there is a question here. Hang on. Oh. There's lots of questions, actually. We have first question is, can the RIPE NCC not apply to get an exemption from EU sanctions?
Legally, there is no mechanism in the EU sanctions regime to apply for exemptions. So in the US, the OFAC sanctions, there is a concept of a license, but that does not exist within the EU. So if we were to get exemptions, they would have to rewrite all the sanctions.
The next one is, in regards to sanctions, at the last RIPE meeting, it was already suggested to see if there was an option to invoice and receive payments for the 67 entities by a different office, the Dubai office, for instance. Why is that not further developed?
That is further developed, and that is probably going to be the solution. But as you might understand, working remotely with banks in Dubai has not been very easy during COVID, so we will have to I will have to go to Dubai and sign papers and so on, and that's not been practically possible so far. And of course, we need to have full full agreement with the banks that they will accept receiving money from these parties as well.
Thank you. Next question is, who at RIPE is responsible for not applying the regulations? I have read the regulations on the EU website about these 2 countries and are very clear. Without doubt, RIPE should have respected them. I think you said you did respect them. Oh,
so this is many questions in one. So first of all, foremost, it's not RIPE, it's the RIPE NCC, the membership organization. I'm the managing director, so I'm responsible for the organization under supervision from the executive board. The regulations on the EU website are on multiple levels. There are country sanctions, and my understanding is that the country sanctions do not apply to the services of the RIPE NCC. No, there are individually sanctioned parties, so that's or members, or their board members or owners may be on the sanctions list. And that is where we have discovered, and this is a development from when the sanctions were first introduced, and this was reviewed many years before I started as managing director, where also the board made it clear that we want to do everything possible to support members. So back at that point, the thinking was that the sanctions do not apply to the RIPE NCC. Now that understanding changed last year, and we now have clear answers from the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs after we reached out to them in 2020 and asked for clarification. We also talked to them about of the provision of internet resource of exemptions regarding internet resources. So the MFA then stated that according to the existing regulation, there was no legal basis to exempt IP resources from sanctions. So we strongly believe that internet resources should be kept separate from political disputes, and we are currently investigating the possibility of a blanket exemption from EU sanctioned regulations for internet number resources. But these things are not something that's done easily overnight.
Okay, thank you, Hans-Petter. The next question is, I have a question about an already very old story. On behalf of the Ukrainian technical community, I would like to express my concern over the situation with Oleksiy Semyanka. Firstly, he's the best technical representative that we have worked with, not only from the RIPE NCC, but from all such organizations. Plus, he's from Ukraine, which makes our interactions easier. Secondly, after the work with him was suspended, we lost contact with your organization. Thirdly, we do not understand what Oleksiy is doing now, but obviously for reasons we do not understand, he cannot interact with us on behalf of the RIPE NCC. To summarize, we want an update regarding the situation, according to the situation, and it is desirable to know if it is possible to get Oleksiy back to work here.
So I don't think I heard your last sentence.
Sorry. And it is desirable to know what it is if it is possible to get Oleksiy back to work here.
It's just that your video is 20 seconds out of sync, which is quite interesting. So yeah, no, I read the question, so no problem there. I can first say that I'm very sympathetic to your concern. I'm not at all pleased with the situation we are in. Unfortunately, I don't have a clear answer to give to you today. We are working on this matter internally, and I hope we will have news shortly after the meeting.
Okay, thank you. I do know, I'm just going to say, I do know there are some questions queued at the microphone as well, but we'll do the written questions first in order they came in. The next question is, thanks to all clever people who keep internet up and running during these hard COVID-19 times, you are all legends. Hans had a great presentation. To reach the goals you mentioned in it, you need to have a great and professional team and resources, not only to complete the projects, but also to communicate to outside world what you're busy with. The community has lost contact with Oleksiy Semyanka, and as a result, nobody talks in the region on behalf of RIPE NCC. Nobody provides valuable advice, and for many people there is no one on the radar who has the same amount of expertise, passion, and patience to answer all. Very often they are not so clever and often repeating RIPE-related questions, including IPv4, IPv6 allocations, buy-sell issues, LIR interactions, how RIPE differs from RIPE NCC, etc. The question is when RIPE NCC can make his mind about a very well-respected person in the community who previously was great help to communicate with RIPE NCC.
So thank you for that question again, and I believe my answer is the same as to the previous question. I fully understand the concern here, and we are looking into this, and hopefully we will have a resolution to announce shortly.
And then we have the last written question before we go to the other ones, which is how is going investigation on expellation of external relations officer technical advisor from Russia when NCC plans to restore its activity in the EENCA in full?
Yeah, and I think my question to this, my answer to the previous questions apply to this as well. I fully understand your concern. I really would like to come to a resolution shortly, and I hope we are able to do so.
And I need to look to my dear beloved co-chairs to see in which order these were. I think Elvis was first.
Yeah, I think it's only Elvis in the queue at the moment. Menno started and stopped.
Oh, I see. Maybe someone more technical than me.
Elvis, once you will permission.
All right, let's see. Can you hear me, Hans?
I can.
Perfect. Hi, Elvis Valavi for Escrow. So, I've got two large questions. To each have one or two questions myself. Please bear with me. First one, the RIPE NCC is the internet registry for a very large area in the world. The only, of course, I'll make it caps 10 times bigger than anything else. The only internet registry for Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. Monopoly, actually. RIPE NCC started mainly to register users with IP addresses, classes, label sites coming into the RS department seekers to verify if one of the parties involved in some sort of a sanction list or is blacklisted by some sort of a reason. And if the RIPE NCC would not be a monopoly, this would not be a problem. But because it is, the RIPE NCC cannot really refuse access or even freeze access of a company or individual just because today some random political decision has made person X a sanctioned person. Next year it's going to be person Y, maybe not person X.
Elvis, I'm
Yes?
sorry to interrupt, but I'm not able to understand your questions, and I see several comments in the chat here also that several people have problems hearing you. So maybe there is something you can do with your mic.
Well, I'm speaking on my earphones and on my AirPods. Can you hear me better now?
That's better. Yes, let's try that.
All right, so I'll just summarize this. The RIPE NCC should find a way to provide services to anyone in its service region, or if it cannot, for any reason, it should find another way or another RIR or a blanket to the sanctions or anything to support its members, all of its members in its region, because it's the only organization that can provide this service in a large part of the world. So how can the understanding of these sanctions can be changed overnight one way and not the other? Until last year or this year, providing services to anyone in the world, well, mainly in the service region, was possible, and suddenly someone has changed their mind and things have changed for the NCC, and now the NCC has to fight it off.
So if you read the article, you will see that the sanctions has been there for quite some time, and the term making economic resources available is what is open for interpretation. So you can say that in the past, the RIPE NCC did not see the services, the provision of internet number resources as an economic resource. while today we are. So there has been a change in the interpretation of that understanding. No, the backdrop of that is both that the Dutch prosecutor has been more, I'm not sure aggressive is the right word, but has been much more active in this area, not towards the RIPE NCC, but in other areas. So the risk assessment is difficult, or was different last year than many years back. So that's one aspect here. The other aspect is that since banks have been under scrutiny, the banks became aware of this and started to ask us questions, and therefore we had to reassess our position on this. So it is quite right that the world is changing. I mean, this is not mathematics. This is politics, this is legal, and this is interpretation and risk management. So all those factors together has made us come to the conclusion that we have to monitor carefully which of our members are under sanctions and have to deal with them appropriately. No, we are able to provide all services to these members except allowing transfers, either new internet resources or buying or selling internet resources. And this is for some very few organizations. In addition to that, we have problems with payments, but that I'm sure we can resolve soon rather than later. The sanctions issue, it's a much deeper and much more complex issue, which is also politics. So that's not something that's very simple to solve. No, I am fully committed to finding solutions on that, one way or another. I can't be specific on all the different venues that we are pursuing, but rest assured that we are spending significant time and resources on finding a way so we can provide full all of our services to all of our members in one way or another.
Okay. Well, the second part was about the RS department and the ticketing system, but I think maybe we should have this question after the next presentation, Felipe's presentation, I think, right?
Yes, please. We are running out of time.
Okay.
We got 2 more written questions. I'll do those quickly. The first one is, and those are the last ones, going to close the microphones after this. Are you aware of the limits that some members of sanctioned countries are facing with using some of the NCC services, e.g. webinars or online courses? Some of the platforms that NCC uses are not available to those countries, and that put those members in a disadvantaged position.
Personally, I'm not aware of those. So if you want to get in touch with me, my email address is on this slide. So please send me an email with what specific issues are.
And then this last question on this topic is, can we as RIPE community not try to file an appeal to the EU to get an exempt? It sounds more difficult to deal with the Dutch lawmakers rather than with EU sanction source.
Yes, that's of course one of many avenues that we could pursue here. The RIPE community taking action is one way. Also, contacting your regulators and Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the countries that you operate is another way. So back to you, Curtis.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. We're moving on. You get the virtual applause from me alone. And with that, we move over to the cloud strategy update from Felipe. Felipe, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Let me share my slides. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Felipe. I'm the Chief Operations Officer at the RIPE NCC. And today I'd like to give an update on our cloud strategy framework and the work we have been doing to define service criticality. And also like to say that I'm presenting here on behalf of a group of people who have been working on both of these proposals, including Kaveh, Daniel Karenberg, Razvan, and many others within the RIPE NCC. So I'd like to start with a quick recap on our cloud strategy framework And then afterwards, I'm going to talk about service criticality, which will be the bulk of this presentation. We have defined a cloud strategy framework with involvement from the whole community. There were two interim RIPE NCC working group sessions, one at the end of July and another one beginning of September. So in case you missed those and you're interested in the topic, I included the links here with the recordings. This strategy has been presented to the executive board and has been approved in our meeting in September this year. And it has also been published in the labs article. And I included a link here in case you're interested. So the general idea behind this framework is that it's based on 5 principles, and it describes our approach to cloud operations. So including here some examples of principles, like we seek guidance from the community, we use open standards, and so on. So from this set of principles, we came up with a list of requirements for cloud services. And each one of these requirements, they have different levels of strictness for each one of them. And the general idea is that different requirement levels will be applied depending on 2 factors. One of them is the service type, and the other one is the service criticality. And as for service type, we understand as global internet services, think of things like RPKI, RIPE database, DNS, and so on. And the other type is core RIPE NCC services, which include things like LAR portal, our ticketing system, and so on. And concerning service criticality, we thought about 6 levels, so ranging from very high up to very low and degraded. So this is how we put the whole thing together. On the different lines on this table, you see the different service types, and on the different columns, you see the different levels of criticality. And depending on where you end up in this matrix, you see which requirement level would apply. So for instance, if we consider RPKI as a global internet service with high level of criticality, then a strict requirement level would apply. That means that will be very strict and very restrictive concerning what kind of tools we should use from cloud providers. And on the other extreme, if you take, for instance, RAR stats, and we consider that as a service with low level of criticality, then a standard requirement level would apply, which means that it will be way more lenient concerning usage of cloud technologies. So if you're interested about that, I suggest you to refer to the labs article or to the previous presentations, where we go into much more detail about that. So what I would like to do now is to go in more detail on our draft service criticality proposal and our approach to classify our services. First, a big disclaimer here. This is a straw man proposal, so we're mostly seeking feedback from the community about it. That's our initial thinking about the topic. We have published recently an article. It went live on Monday. Where we explain our thinking there. And the general idea about this framework is that service criticality level is derived from the impact and outage on the service can have on these various internal and external areas. In other words, service with a high criticality level, they can cause a high impact even when the outage is quite short. So to define criticality, the idea is to follow this process. First, we determine the impact areas. Then we classify the duration of the outages. Then we define the impact levels for each impact area. And finally, we determine the criticality level for the service. So I'm going to break this down now and then go through each one of the steps. So starting with the impact areas. So to define the external impact areas, we looked into a work that ISOC has done for the Internet Impact Assessment Toolkit and how they define critical properties of the Internet. And we adapt their proposal a bit. So in their proposal, we have 2 types, which is a single distributed routing system and common global identifiers. We adapted that and broke it down in 3 different ones. So routing, IP addresses, and DNS. And then we defined 4 different impact levels. So ranging from 1, which is the lightest one, up to 4, which is the more intense. So for instance, for routing, impact level 4 would mean a global internet routing disruption, whereas for level 1, it would be just degraded routing performance. Concerning the classification of the outages, we have based on the classes of nines industry standards, so like 5 nines, 4 nines, and so on. And with that, we defined 3 different outage types. So short outage, which corresponds to roughly 15 minutes downtime per quarter, which is based on 4 nines availability. Medium outage, which corresponds to roughly 2 hours per quarter, which is based on 3 nines availability. And a long outage, which corresponds to roughly 22 hours per quarter, which is based on 2 nines availability. So this is how we put the whole thing together. So in order to use this, first you have to look into which service you want to evaluate. Then you have to look at which impact area it's mostly related to. And finally, you have to assess the impact level for each one of the outage types, for the short, for the medium, and for the long. Then you end up with 3 criticality levels, and then you basically have to pick up the highest one. I'm going to use an example, which is much easier to explain and to understand this table. So let's say you're assessing, for example, the RPKI repositories. So first you have to think about the impact area that is related to. So that's obviously routing. Then what you have to do next is go through the 3 different outage types and then assess what impact that would have. So for instance, for a short outage type, so 15 minutes, would probably be around level 2 or level 3 impact level. So local or regional routing disruption. For a medium outage, we're talking about a couple of hours per quarter, so that starts to get more intense. So it's most likely we are around level 3 to level 4, so probably a high criticality level. And finally, for a long outage of 22 hours, well, that would be basically the end of the world. To people in the NCC will be really stressed if you had a 22-hour outage, and that will certainly cause a global routing impact. So then you're talking about level 4 here. Then we picked the highest, which was criticality high. So that would put RPKI in the high criticality bucket. Now, what are the next steps? We basically want to hear from you. So please, you can say something right now. You can say something in the chat. My colleagues are monitoring the chat. You can make comments in the labs article, mailing lists, and so on. So we're listening to all the channels. And the idea is that we incorporate the feedback into a new draft and then ask for further comments and suggestions. And one very important step on all of this is to include the list of the classified services according to this framework. So basically get all the services and throw it in the framework and see what to be spit out. And then sanity check that and see if that makes sense. So that will also be included in our next draft. So ask you to comment on that. And then finally, if there is rough consensus, we're going to publish as the final piece of the framework. So that's what I had to share. I'm going to open the floor for questions now.
Thank you, Felipe. We have one first written question, which is, are you considering the possibility of distributing clouds with services by country, for example, placing some resources in Ukraine?
Yes, and that's one of the things that we are looking at, to look into the different cloud providers. There was a big resistance last time we talked about this with the American ones. So we're also looking into different cloud providers and also CDN providers.
Okay, thank you. Then we have some going to the audio queue. We have first Elvis. Elvis, you're online.
Hi, Felipe. How do you hear me?
It's good, Elvis.
Okay. I was really hoping to see some statistics, as you have promised, on the ticketing system and the SLA. I haven't seen anything from you or Hans-Peter Holland. If I'm not mistaken, After some heated discussions of the mailing list caused by the RIPE NCC registration service department and its thickened processing times in, I think, 2005, the NCC promised the board that the DRS will have a one-day response time for all tickets.
Elvis, I think we're talking about. I think you're talking about operational update now, which is after the break. This is about the cloud strategy. So, do you have any questions on the cloud strategy?
No, it's not. Felipe, are you going to present anything about the ticketing system?
I'm going to present some numbers during the operational update.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next one in the queue then is Brian Nisbet. Brian.
Yeah, Brian Nisbet, HEANet. Felipe, could you go back to the grid slide that you had there?
This one?
Yeah, I will admit maybe it's just me, but just from a presentation point of view, I'm looking at that and it doesn't seem very intuitive to me. So this is the feedback to that, because if I look at that, my reading of it is that a short outage to a level 4 service is very high, whereas a long one is only medium criticality. I mean, I understand you've got you've got your ratings and things, but I just that particular slide just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And I obviously you went through it there, but it just from a visual point of view, it doesn't seem to be saying to me what you're saying it should be saying. So I suppose it's the feedback on that.
No, thanks, Brian, for the feedback. Actually, we have another diagram that we thought could be better. I decided to use this one, but apparently it was a mistake.
Cool. I look forward to seeing the other diagram then.
All right.
Cool.
Maybe we can look into updating the labs article, because there we're using this one as well. But thanks for the feedback. That's it is a bit difficult indeed to understand.
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. We then go to Randy Bush on the video and audio. Randy.
RPKI should be, accent on should, much more resilient. You should be decent relying party software, and I'm not saying all relying party software. There's a lot of suckage out there. Should be able to keep going and use the current data that it fetched for more than 24 hours. We tried to be very careful about both specification and implementations. So the house is not on fire. It's warm, but it's not on fire.
Thanks, Randy. Thanks for your input.
And I think, that was all the. There's one more question from Cynthia. I suspect it might be complicated to place anything outside the EU. Would I be correct in that?
Not necessarily, actually. I think if you get, depending on the cloud provider we're using, we could get some boxes outside the EU as well. Or I'm not sure if you're referring to the cloud provider itself, but we could also look into cloud providers from outside the EU. And we have been doing that, exploring options.
Okay. Thank you very much, Felipe. I think I'm going to close that there. We are quite a bit over time. So we're going to have a very short coffee break now. And we hope to see you all back at, shall we say, past again. That's 6 minutes. I hope that's enough for people to go and have some coffee. And we'll see you back here then. Welcome back, everyone. That was a very short break. I hope you all managed to get some espresso, as was noted. For this session, we have a new scribe, which is Rosanna from the RIPE NCC. So thank you for scribing this part. We have Adonis to manage the chat function as well. So with this, we're now going to move over to the RIPE NCC operational update. So it's back to you, Felipe. I hope Felipe managed to get something to drink in the break.
Hello. Let me share my slides. All right, so welcome back, everyone. Hope you had time to refresh a little bit. So now I'd like to change topics and present you the operational update. And the main topics I would like to cover today are the workload challenges that we have in registered services, compliance, and a resilient infrastructure. So I'd like to start with registered services and the challenges with the workload. To start, I'd like to paint a picture where exactly this increase in the workload is coming from and what exactly it looks like. So what you can see here in this chart is basically the number of transfer tickets over the last 4 years. So each of the lines here represents a different year, and the purple line represents 2021. So you can see here that the numbers in 2021 has been consistently above all the previous years. So I'd like to be a bit more specific now. So you can see that, for example, in August, we had a total of 906 transfer tickets, which represents a growth of 53% when compared to August 2020. In September this year, we had 1,444 transfer tickets, and that's a growth of 68% when compared to September 2020. And in October this year, we had 1,316, which corresponds to a growth of 85% when compared to October from the previous year. So in average, what you're seeing is that around 70% growth from the transfer tickets when compared to 2020, and 150% when compared to 2019. So that's basically 2.5 times more than we had basically 2 years ago. Another trend that you're seeing was a huge increase in the number of new LR applications. So what you see in this chart is basically the number of new LR accounts activated per month over the last 10 years. And you can see that around 2019, there is this huge peak, and that's related to the IPv4 runout that we had back then. And around that time, we had 600 plus new LR accounts being activated per month. And the workload was so extreme that we had a backlog and had waiting times up to a month. So from the moment that you submitted your new LR application, from the moment that we actually start working on it, that would take up to a month during that time. So after the runout, the numbers really dropped and went back to almost 2012 levels. And then since recently, we are seeing a second spike again. And the main reason for that is that the price for a /24 in the transfer market became more expensive than opening a new LR account with the RIPE NCC and holding it for 2 years. We also observed that the majority of these people applying for a new LR, they are actually opening additional LR accounts. So since last week, we have a waiting list to get this /24. So we expect that these numbers go down once again. So it should have the same effect that we had post runout. And also important to mention that there are no major blocks currently in quarantine, expect to be released, say, over the next 6 months. So now I'd like to share what the effect that this high workload had in our services. So this metric measures the number of tickets that we didn't respond within 1 business day. So that's an internal target that we have. So it measures the ticket response time. And you can see here that the numbers really don't look very great. So it started in September, around 14%, and it got a bit better in March. And then since then, it has not been very good. And it got especially bad around summertime. And it was due to a combination of reasons. One was an unusually high number of tickets, as I explained before, where all those tickets were coming from. And at the same time, we had many colleagues going on holidays, and I'm going to talk more about that later. After the holidays, the numbers stabilized. So it went down from 35% down to 17%. And in October, it's much better. It's back to 6.6%. And it's also important to mention that there was no backlog formed during this period, like in a similar way when it had in 2019 during the run out. So the tickets would take maybe 1 day longer so we can start work on it. But then after that, they were processed more or less quickly. Even though considered the previous KPI an important metric, I think this one paints a better picture of how much the waiting time actually was. So what you see here is basically the policy transfer tickets lead time. So this is from the moment of submission of a ticket to the moment that the ticket is actually completed, so it's closed. And it's measured in business hours. So for instance, in October, we had 72% of all the transfer tickets completed within 2 business days, 87% within a week, and 92% within 2 weeks. So I have this kind of tail of around 8% of the tickets that take longer than that. And these cases are usually due to extended sanction checks, and I'm going to explain more about that later, or complex cases where you have missing documentation. Another thing that you might notice here is there is a pattern that by the end of the year, the numbers look pretty good, and then after in January, they drop. And if you go back in time, you look at 2020, 2019 is exactly the same. So the numbers get better during the year and they drop around January. And the reason for that is that by the end of the year, we receive a lot of these transfer tickets that we call it consolidations, that are people that open LR accounts, say 2 years ago. Most that you get is actually 2. And then now the resources are not being held anymore, so they can transfer it away. And these tickets, they tend to be relatively easy to process. So all the documents are in place and tend to move relatively quickly. After that, we're basically left with tickets that are complex and they're difficult to process. So that's the main reason why we see this drop here. So to summarize, the time to resolution has been influenced by 4 main factors. The first one was a significant increase in the number of transfer tickets when compared to previous years. So it's mostly related to LR accounts consolidating after the 2 years waiting period. The second reason was a significant increase in the number of new LR applications, almost at pre-run-out levels. And then on top of that, we combined with a lot of extra work to make sure that we remain compliant with European Union sanctions. And I have some slides about that part specifically later today. And on top of that, there was really need for our staff to get some holidays. There were people getting worn out with the whole COVID situation, plus a very high number of tickets. So we're very generous approving vacation requests during summertime. And that was a conscious decision by myself and by my colleagues. And I fully stand behind that decision. And I think another very important thing to say is that we have prioritized correctness over fast responses. And accurate registry is more important than quick ticket resolution. Of course, we're doing efforts to improve the ticket resolution time, but when both things are at odds, we're going to prioritize an accurate registry. So what are we doing to improve the situation? As Hans-Peter already mentioned, we have hired extra staff for RS. They have been trained and they start picking up tickets at the beginning of September. So that's also why we see an improvement in the numbers after September and October. We have also onboarded 4 temps and they're assisting with compliance checks automation. And one thing is important to say is that in the short term, one thing was very important to make sure that the queues are properly staffed, like the queues for transfer tickets and so on, because we did expect a high number of tickets, mostly in the last quarter. What caught us a bit off guard was the new LARs that we didn't see coming. And that unfortunately required parking some projects. And one of the things that we had to park or reduce was ARCs. And as Hans-Peter also mentioned, long-term solution involves automation and digitization of the registry. And one thing we have been very careful about is not to hire too much staff, as this trend, I believe, is temporary. So I think it would be irresponsible with membership money. Now I'd like to change topics and talk about compliance and what we're doing to enhance our internal controls. Hans-Peter already mentioned about the sanctions transparency report, and I would like to go a bit more in detail here. The main idea of this transparency report is to provide data on how our members and users and legacy holders are affected by sanctions, while at the same time respecting confidentiality and privacy. So this report is published in this link over here. And in this table, you can see kind of the summary of the report. The report in the link is a bit more extensive than that, contain more information, but this is the report in a nutshell. So I had one member on the 9th of November that has been restored. It was frozen before, it's from Iran. And then currently have two members, one from Iran and another one from Syria. They have been frozen since 1st of April 2020. I explained before that we have a lot of extra checks for sanctions, so let me go a bit more in the details here. So we have been straightening our sanctions process, I would say, over the last year and a half. One of the main changes we made was to use a third party or two third-party toolings, which is Dun & Bradstreet and Dow Jones. And we're also screening end users as well. So all these extra checks, they added to the existing workload. And the only way forward here in terms of operations is to fully automate all these checks. So that's what we have been working on now. We have to screen regularly above 40,000 legal entities and natural persons. And that's something that's just not possible to do without having this fully automated. So that's also why we have temps being onboarded to assist on building a portfolio in these tools. And once this work is completed, it will remove the need to do checks during transfers. So our process should be way more simplified. Another area that we have been improving concerning due diligence automation is improvements in our ID verification process. We have been using a third party to do that, which is called Identify. And the main goal for that is to ensure consistency in our checks, more reliability, and also efficiency, because we don't have to do these checks ourselves anymore. So this work has been deployed in October. So all the processes that require ID verification, they are linked to Identify, and they have been done since beginning of October. And we have published a labs article. It was early last month, I believe, where we explain the usage of all this third-party tooling to automate our due diligence. And that includes Identify, includes Dun & Bradstreet, and includes Dow Jones. So if you're interested about that, I strongly recommend to read it. Now I'd like to talk about registry accuracy and what are we doing to measure the accuracy, to automate, and to ensure quality services. So first of all, I'd like to show some metrics concerning registry accuracy. And I have explained in the last services working group how we measure that. It's a bit tricky on how to measure accuracy of the registry. So I'm going to explain very quickly now how we do it. So the general idea is that we calculate how old the registration information in the registry is. Like, in other words, when was the last time that we have verified the registry data either for a certain member or for a certain end user, against an official source, like an online registry, company registration papers, and so on. So at that point in time, we know for sure that that record is accurate. First time we measured, it was in May, and the numbers, they didn't look that impressive. So we had around half of our members with what we consider recent registration information, so less than 2 years old. And we had around a quarter of our members with, let's say, older registration information that we consider more than 5 years old. So since then, we have been targeting during ARCs the members with older registration information, and we managed to put this number down from 25% to 20.7%. So there was an improvement there. And our aim is to have a more substantial change early next year, when our ARC capacity will go back to normal, after I explained before that we're making sure that the queues for transfers are properly staffed. While some people that were doing ARCs, they actually have to do a transfer now. In January, we should go back to normal, and then we should see a big improvement here. But I hope so, at least. Now concerning end users, the numbers, they really didn't look very good. So just a quarter of our end users, they had recent registration information, and 55% of them, so more than half, they had older registration information. And since then, the numbers improved significantly. So we went down from 55% with older registration information down to 32.9%. And for the recent registration information went up from 26% up to 51.7%. And the main reason for such a significant improvement is actually a byproduct of automating our sanction checks. As I explained before, we hired temps to assist with the compliance checks automation. And part of that work, including fixing the administration for end users in our internal systems, which basically require them to be all re-verified. So we also expect to have further improvement in these numbers as we are going to all the end users now. So that brings me to the next topic, which is active registry monitoring. So the general idea behind this project is to use all these third parties, Dun & Bradstreet and Dow Jones, for monitoring changes in the registry. And that's to make sure that we have a compliant, more accurate registry, and also ease of processing requests. Like if their records are 100% accurate, if you submit a transfer, then there's much less work from our side to process that request. This work has already started for sanctions, as I explained. Monitoring for members has largely been implemented. So we have 97%-ish of the members already being monitored. But for end users, it's just in the beginning. So we have around 3% only. And we expect to have that done at some point in Q1 or Q2 next year. And the idea is that we use the same tooling, not only to monitor for sanctions, but also for any changes in the registry. So things like M&As, legal name changes, and so on. So we get a notification, and then we can follow up from that. That requires some integration with our internal tooling, and we are working on that actually right now. There is a project being implemented now by software engineering. And also that we have enough staff to be able to handle all these incoming requests. So even if the tooling will be ready now, it will be impossible for us to start doing this monitoring. But early next year, we really hope that we can start doing that. Another things that we are doing to improve our service delivery, first of all, is to align our metrics on membership satisfaction across the whole RIPE NCC. So that's a project that Fergo is leading to have one unified way to measure membership satisfaction across all our different services. And one of the services that we want to measure is the tickets satisfaction. And I'm really aiming to get that done before the end of the year. And the idea is that we also integrate this feedback response in our workflows. Another thing that we are doing is to publish quarterly roadmaps. We started with RPKI. So we had the Q3 we published for RPKI, And then in Q4, we included RIPE database and business applications as well. And we're planning to continue publishing this regularly. One of the things that you see there is for Q4 for business applications is improvements in the ticketing system. So what we want to do there is to address many of the concerns that have been raised in the mailing list, mostly focus on a better integration with our LAR portal. We are also planning some improvements in our SSO for early next year, and that includes things like more options for two-factor authentication, improved security, also additional profiles. That was one of the things that were mentioned in the mailing lists, to have these read-only profiles. So we're taking all this feedback into account. So please look at these roadmaps and let us know your feedback. And finally, the more long-term goal is of digitizing trust with digital IDs and digital signatures. So yeah, that's a much more long-term goal. So we won't have something done, let's say, by next quarter or even next year. But we're already starting some pilots. It's planned. If it's not going to be done now, it's going to be done in Q1 next year. And then we're going to continue from that. Now my next topic, which is RPKI, and what are we doing to harden our infrastructure and our processes. So starting with processes, so since late last year, we have been defining a control framework for RPKI, which is based on the SOC 2 Type 2 audit report. And based on that, we have identified a total of 182 controls. So it's a very broad controls, so include areas like availability, security, processing, integrity, and so on. So based on this control framework, we have performed a gap analysis, and we identified a total of 49 missing controls. So basically, comparison between the control framework and what we have in our work instructions and in our internal procedures. By now, most of these control gaps, they have been closed. We still have 7 of them missing, and the aim is to have all gaps closed before the end of the year. And by doing that, we'll be positioned to perform a SOC 3 audit report by Q2 next year. Still deciding whether we're going to do SOC 3 or perhaps another kind of audit report, but we're going to do a audit report. The beauty of the SOC 3 is that it can be shared publicly. So it's a report that doesn't contain any confidential information. Now changing topics to our infrastructure. Thies gave a really nice presentation yesterday and routing, going to all the details of what we're doing with our RDP repositories. So if you're interested in that, I strongly recommend to watch the recording. What I'm going to do now is just a very quick explanation of what we're doing here. The main idea is that we have moved to a new setup in our 2 data centers in Amsterdam. So this work has been completed actually last week successfully. And we're going to keep the existing AWS repositories that we had in the past, but as a warm node. So it's being kept up to date. So it could be switched relatively quickly, but it's not taking any production load. So in case it's needed, in case Amsterdam fails completely, and we can fail over to AWS. And we'll continue using CDN, basically to increase availability and reduce latency. And our next step here is basically how can we increase the resiliency by adding some extra nodes, and that to be done in line with our cloud strategy. So what we want to do is basically decommission AWS and replace that with something else, like to have as a reserve infrastructure. Switching now to RPKI core, and perhaps this is more important than availability of the repositories, as Randy was explaining in the previous session for the cloud strategy. Here, we want to ensure that we have resiliency in our core, and one of the things that we're doing is we're replacing our offline HSM this year. So the replacement is scheduled at some point in December. And our online HSMs are reaching end of life. and we're planning a replacement for late next year. And the costs have already been budgeted. We have also just done a penetration testing. There were some findings there, and the teams are working to close all the findings. And once that's done, we can publish the report. And finally, we're planning a red team testing for early next year. So for the ones of you who do not know, red team testing is when you have a team, an external team, basically trying to breach the security of your systems. And that includes not only trying to hack the code, but also trying to use social engineering, try to bypass physical defenses, have access to the office, have access to the data centers, and so on. So it's pretty exciting, and I'm very curious about what results we're going to find from this exercise. So that's it what I had, and now I open the floor for questions.
Thank you, Felipe. We do have quite a few questions, so I'm going to try to read them out to you. So the first one is from Rudiger Folk. Is there any rough estimate on the total cost for NCC for the sanctions compliance?
It's a very good question, actually. I believe we included this in the, I see Hans-Peter. You want to take that one, Hans-Peter?
Sure, I can do that. So we haven't created a number for that yet, but thank you for the question, and I'll look into if we should provide some numbers on that in the annual report. I think that that is it's worth some thinking and see if we should be more transparent on that. But I don't have a solid number offhand. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. Next one is from Ivan Pietukov. If we know about non-existent organizations and as NCC members, what should I do? How does the NCC respond?
Yes, please report to us, and we're going to trigger an investigation. I don't know exactly which email address you can use. If some of my colleagues are in the chat now and they know exactly the email address, I'll ask that you post there. But yeah, for sure, it will be triggered an investigation, and we're going to see what exactly is going on.
And then we have a question from Elvis Velea. Regarding due diligence, if only 3 members were affected by all those extra checks, isn't delaying every request an overkill?
Well, the problem is not the ones that are confirmed cases. The problem is all the investigations. We get a lot of false positives during the investigation. So these tools that we're using for sanctions compliance, they are not exact. So they say, well, there might be a sanctions violation here, and then that triggers an investigation. And this investigation might take a very long time to complete. So it's just a few cases that are affected, but then they can take a very long time. Most of the other transfers, they're not affected by this, and they're processed quite quickly, as I showed in the KPIs. So like 72% of all the transfers, they're processed within a couple of days, and just a few of them, they take a very long time.
Next question is also from Elvis. Aaron has assigned an AS number to Amazon in a weekend. If Aaron has enabled services to members that offer urgent evaluation of requests, would the RIPE NCC consider the same thing? A member to pay for VIP services year-long or for a specific request, for example?
So I can try to answer that. I know that Aaron has introduced a Premier Support program. And I think this is for members that pay more than 30K a year. Now, for the RIPE NCC members, we have had a model based on equality, so everybody pays the same and everybody gets the same service. Now, if the memberships want to change this significantly, of course we can discuss that. But my feeling is that the membership has not asked for premium support to pay more to get ahead of the queue. I think also from the discussion on Twitter on the one ASN that was assigned during a weekend, I don't think that was a systematic thing. I think that was just a staff member that happened to work on the weekend, which may or may not happen in for RIPE NCC as
well. And the next question again from Elvis. When will you restore real-time statistics on response times and the other metrics you choose to add now?
We don't have a timeline on that yet.
Then we have Elvis. again, the RIPE NCC RS department is for many members, the only department they interact with. And the first question was the RIPE NCC SLA ever a thing, or was this just a filament of my imagination?
Since I've consulted with legal, I've not found any formal SLA, service level agreement, in place. So I will not comment on the other alternative.
Okay, and the second question is, when was it removed or cancelled? Hans Petter sent Christian Kaufmann's email, singular, one email sent by Hans Petter and signed on behalf of himself and Christian, a board member. I'm not quite sure.
As I said, I believe this was an internal objective, and for some reason it's been called service level agreement. Now, in my book, a service level agreement is more than just one metrics and a target. So I believe this was an internal target. I'm definitely working in getting services described and setting service level objectives for these services. That is an ongoing process, and we will continue to work on that and to improve performance. And I don't think it's particularly useful to go back what was said and decide 10, 15 years ago and whether or not this still applies. I'm spending my time on looking forward to improve.
And with that, I think you answered the third question, but for the audience, that was about if there's a time, now is the time to create an SLA, but I think you just answered that as well. So I'll move on then. James Kennedy, I have a question. It's more a request than a question. Please continue to work on identifying and reporting on unusual member behaviors and trends regarding LIR accounts and resources. This helps the community to optimize related policies. And then we have a comment from Marco Schmidt at the RIPE NCC. Regarding the question where to report closed organizations, the best way is to use our contact form on https www.ripe.net/contact form and select report bankruptcy, liquidation, and insolvency. Thank you, Marco. Then we have a question from Eric Bice. Since last year, the RPKI validator was put end of service and support. Are there stats available about how many instances are still out there, especially since there have been some new CVEs published last month?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks for the question, Eric. Yeah, we do have the stats, and there are a few still using actually our validator. I don't have the stats off the top of my head now. We'll ask Natalie to have a look. She knows the numbers.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll set it to the list then. And the last question we have is from Dimitri Komanyuk. While member data verification and monitoring is important, what part of support staff time resources is spent on answering requests rather than doing data checks?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's in the activity plan and budget, so you can see the exact numbers. We have, off the top of my head, I think we have 12 FTEs working on either investigations or ARCs or audits and data checks. And we have 16 FTEs working on the actually processing requests, plus around 3 that works on the resource requests. So it's around 20-ish, 19 on processing the tickets. And then plus we have people in member services as well that deal with onboarding of members and so on. So that's all explained in activity plan and budget.
Okay, thank you, Felipe. That was all the questions we had. So we had one presentation left from before the break that we ran out of time for, which is the update from the DB task force by Bijal. So I'm going to hand over to Bijal to do that. You have your microphone muted there. At least I can't hear you.
There we go. Okay, hello, hello everyone. I'm Bijal Sangani of the RIPE Database Requirement Task Force. And today I'm going to give you a very quick update on the work that the task force has been doing. This is the task force, the members of the task force. And obviously we had a lot of support from the RIPE NCC. So I want to take this opportunity to thank the RIPE NCC for their support over the last couple of years while we've been working on the report. The task force has now published the document. There has been a number of updates during RIPE 83 already. James presented in the address policy, Peter presented in the cooperation working group, and Shane presented earlier on today in the database working group. So there's been a number of updates from the task force members as well, and I'm pleased to say that RIPE 767 has been published a few weeks ago. Our work, we met quite a lot. Most of it was actually remote due to COVID. Our minutes are all publicly available. We conducted a number of surveys. We held a number of BoFs, and we also gave updates during the RIPE meetings. And in the end, we published 3 drafts, and like I said, the final draft was published recently. There were a few obstacles, and COVID, as I mentioned, being one of them. The scope of the document, once we started working, I think we started off very ambitious, and once we started looking at what we had in front of us, it was quite a large task. And so what we've tried to do is take a real high-level view so that the important the details can be discussed within the working groups and the community after the report has been published. There were also, other different views on some of the recommendations and some of the discussions we had. We've talked about the IPAM earlier. The legal address was something that came up again and again, and also was addressed in the NCC Services Working Group a couple of years ago. And obviously technical topics were hard to steer away from. So what we tried to do is actually just stay away from the implementation details and leave that for the community. What went well? We had an excellent team, and like I said, the strong support from the NCC services was fantastic. The feedback that we got from the community, during the various chances that were given through the BoFs, through the survey, and even just one-to-one conversations with some of the community who had who wanted to specifically speak to the task force on specific topics. I'm not going to go through the principles and purposes. We've talked about this in the database working group, and obviously we're a little bit short on time here. But what I do suggest is I really recommend everyone read the report. It's not very long, and so it's quite a high level. So it's a good read, and it'll give you some good information on what we've on our recommendations. And like I said, they will need to be discussed. They are only recommendations. These will need to be discussed and agreed, and anything that is agreed will have to follow the usual RIPE processes and the PDP if it comes to that. This is a list of our the recommendations and the requirements. They are already been discussed in a number of the working groups, as I said before, and these will continue to be discussed in those working groups. Up next, so the RIPE chair team will coordinate with the relevant working groups, and then the community and the NCC will work together to implement the recommendations. And really, we look forward to seeing the discussions and what comes out of the recommendations next. So that's it with my update. Are there any questions?
No, doesn't look like it. Thank you, Bijal. With that, we'll move on to the second to last agenda item, which is the working group chair selection process. I'm going to hand over to Rob on that one.
Thank you, Curtis. So we had one of our regular cycles through the chairs as we are mandated to do, and this time it was Bijal's turn to stand down by rotation. There were no volunteers for quite a while, and by that I mean no volunteers for quite a while, until the incumbent was encouraged to consider restanding. No other volunteers came forward before the time was up. Sent back to the list a couple of weeks back, and there's been very little actually feedback since then. So, I mean, I don't know whether we're all suffering from co-chair reselection fatigue or what, but unless there are any objections now, I'd like to welcome Bijal back to the team.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
And we'll have a think about what to do for the next co-chair rotation in May.
Feels like you never left, Bijal. So that brings us to, thank you, Rob. That brings us to the last agenda point, which is the open mic, which is where if you have anything, you have 4 minutes if you're going to stick to the agenda. But if there's anything you want to raise that's not on the agenda regarding the NCC or the NCC services, this is the membership's opportunity to bring those up or ask questions or thoughts. I see none. So with that, we are actually going to finish on time, and actually 4 minutes early. And that gives us all 50 minutes before the GM. I was going to say is in this room, but so how much, sorry?
19 minutes, isn't it, for the GM?
Oh, sorry, 19 minutes. I can't even do math anymore. There we go. 19 minutes. There we go. Thank you, Rob. And as usual, I would say that's in this room, so please leave. It's not in this room, but you have to leave this room to join the GM anyway, presumably. So we will see you over at the GM. So thank you all. And hopefully we'll see you in the hybrid in Berlin.
Thanks. Bye, everyone.